Okay, wait, does this work? Did this work? Okay, it's working on there. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Wonderful. That's another small bit of stream functionality that is back. Little by little. Little by little. Oopsie. We're still not at 100% functionality. Hello, Callum. Oh, we're chilling. So, you were here last time as your first time here. So let me explain. Oh, you got first. Nice. So you're officially first. Congratulations. Anyway, okay. So allow me to explain. It's going quite well. A few streams back, I had some technical issues with my streaming PC, and so I decided to completely rebuild it from the ground up, like operating system, not the actual PC. And so my stream currently does not have all the functionality it had 4 weeks ago. No, but I didn't have any technical difficulties today. It worked. I was just finishing setting it up, like, right before stream started, because that's a smart way of doing that. I've been forgetting to ping for the last, like, 8 streams, Norwegian. When was the last time I pinged my Discord that I went live? Literally, February 17th. Whomst? I thought I implemented Whomst. Did I forget to implement Whomst? Try Whomst now. I think I just... Oh, okay. Wait, no, I know the problem. I forgot to start this application that I need to start to actually have my commands work. There we go. Now we go. Now try Whomst. Oh, y'all got a Discord? Yeah. I don't have a command for that either. This is what I mean. I have like 3 commands in my entire channel currently. Okay. Let me link the Discord real quick. Again, this isn't technical difficulties. I just haven't built it in yet. I could have sworn I implemented Whomst. Give me a second. I'll implement Whomst right now. It's very important. I did Whomst, but I have an apostrophe after the S. Okay. So I implemented Whomst, just the formal spelling of Whomst, as compared with the informal spelling. So this was already implemented. Here's the server ID. Okay, that's probably not a virus. You're probably fine. Okay, give me a second. Where's the... Where did I put the link to the permalink for the join? Or did I not do that? Okay, give me a second. I was being too smart for my own good. Give me a second. We're professionals around here, if you haven't noticed. Where's the dang... Here we go. I found the settings menu. Oh. I don't want to enable streamer mode. Let me actually just use the... Oh, now it took me to user settings. I swear. Where's the actual invite link? This is the worst thing of all time. I swear. Discord's... Okay. I told you Whomst was iFixed. Wait, what did... Server ID, nah, no server ID. Here's the invite code. There you go. Happy now? So you should be able to put that in the like the thing. I'm working on it, okay? It's not worth it, I promise. I promise. No, you go to join a server and then you put in the okay, I'll give you the actual link. Give me a second. Fine. Make me do everything. It's not like it's my stream or something. Happy now? Oh, workers party when nobody wants to work? Based. I'm important, I got places to be. Fair enough. So that should work, probably. Tell me if you end up anywhere weird. Or rather, don't tell me. I'm not sure I want to know. It would be easier just to get a command set up. Why didn't I think of that? Okay, I'll do one right now, just so you stop bothering me about it. Okay. I used to have a Discord command. I had a ton of commands. So you don't want to know proof of where my priorities are at. Hey, you're in. Okay, you want proof of where my priorities are at. You know what I implemented before my own Discord command? I implemented this before my own Discord command. Okay, so that just shows that I have my priorities in the right place. Bro, I spent like hours today on stream stuff. Literally. It's just back-end stuff. Alright, we got it. Priorities? Exactly. Want to jump off a tall ledge. That's atrocious to read. Exactly. And that's why it's more important than Discord. Speaking of which, congratulations. Boom. Very basic, but it's fine for now. Sorry, elbow on the wall. See, that is time well spent. Ooh, wait, come on. She laughed at my pain. See? You thought it was a magic trick, but actually it was a comedy routine. That doesn't sound like a loss to me. That sounds like a W. Okay, no. I spent like all of today working on stream stuff. That wasn't at school, because I also had school. Okay. Because, like, first off, I'm trying to actually start putting up shorts onto the YouTubes, which I have 2 that are currently up and a 3rd one that's scheduled to go up tomorrow. They're not very good, but I'm trying to learn. The tubes, yes. Additionally, I'm currently restreaming on YouTube. That's something else I set up. And I also did a bunch of file sharing for stuff. He was okay, Beeve. I love, that's a good meme. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice your Discord name. I was so focused on Master Uruguay. Mr. Quackingson. Yes, that is a good one, actually. No, unironically, yes. Nice. Boom. Easy dub. Speeve is powerful. No. So yeah, I have like 5 commands set up for my stream bot currently. I used to have way more. I spent a bunch of time on it, but I accidentally deleted my configuration when I was fixing things. Which, I mean, they are fixed. To be fair, everything is a lot more stable than it was. And a lot more upgradable. And a lot more modular. Basically, my setup is just significantly better in every way. The problem is that I'm now having to rebuild everything. Mr. Chronic Dealer. Okay, that one's good. I'll take that. Also bought some black tea today. Ooh, delicious. I have to be in a very specific mood to drink tea. How do you like it? Norwegian welfare schemes are currently so high that for a lot of people they just get more not to work and get unemployment benefits instead of working, because highly complicated system where you lose money when you begin to work because it's meant to go to unemployment people and use a percent depending on how much you work. That seems needlessly complicated. I'm British. I always drink tea. Fair play. A6 was a mistake here. Apparently, a tea is from Nepal. Does that make it better or worse? I am unsure of what the stereotype is for Nepalese tea. It is neat. Hey, what's up, Void? Let's play this. Continue my plan. The more you know. Wait, you're British? I thought you were Welsh. Welsh is British? Is Welsh British? Wales is a country that forms a part of the island of Great Britain. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I'm half American. I cannot be blamed for my lack of knowledge of geography. Thank you, and good night. Right. Okay, let me just put it on. This is fine. Yeah, I'll just take. I can tell you're half American. Hey, hold on a second. That sounded suspiciously like an insult. That sounded suspiciously like an insult. Yes, this is a rated game. Insulting you never? Okay, good. Just make it sure. So my intention was to stack up on the E file here. Okay, I'm already guarding that, so because this is backwards. I mean, yeah, it should be less complicated, but the idea is there, and the goal is to encourage working. The problem is that it doesn't function to the idea, so that for a lot of people, they get more money from just not working than to work. What does to work 10 to 20% mean? Yeah. See, that's the problem. I encourage it. I do read all of it because I don't know. That's a good reason. Why do I read all of it? Okay, hold on a second. What am I doing here? I should have a plan. I do not have a plan. I feel like my pieces... I mean, I'm in a weird spot. Just a moment. I'm trying to figure out how to improve my position. I need to get another piece bearing down on E3. This might be a bad move. Am I making a good move? Genius. It has to do with how many hours you work. 100% is 37.5 hours a week. Thus 50% is 18. Okay, so full-time versus part-time. In American speak. In freedom speak. Now it sounds Orwellian. Freedom speak. That's very Orwellian. So here's the thing, if I do this, I feel like I create a bunch of weaknesses, but I don't see a better way of playing the position. This is just annoyingly weak. Your face is Orwellian? Dang it, got burned. No, he's trying to get his bishop to somewhere more important. Which is actually pretty smart on his part, because this is the big weakness in my position. I'm trying to figure out how to deal with it. I'm gonna try this. Don't see where the bishop goes? Again, maybe e1 to c3 to trade off mine, because I have a better dark squared bishop. Now, I'd be surprised if that were his plan, but, I mean, it's possible. I'm big brain? Exactly. What's up, Mo? I remembered this time. See, are you proud of me? I'm proud of me. I told you. What did I tell you? I told you that's what it was going to do. Wait, my sub is already gone? It shows on my screen. I find this entire thing sus. Can't I push? What's stopping me from pushing? I call sus. Okay, give me a second. I'll get to that song in a moment. Need to... Just lost 5 rapid games in a row. Rapid rated games in a row, and I want to cry. You know what? Fair. Valid response. There we go. Okay, I need to listen to that first song. I haven't listened to it yet. I think this works. I'm listening to the first one right now. Sorry it took so long. Might have been better to push c5 there. I'm unsure. I mean, this rook endgame can't be that bad for me, right? I mean, I'm assuming he takes with queen. He has to, because if he takes with rook... Yeah, he has to take with queen. Let me just make sure I don't have anything silly. Actually, this looks slightly better. He's not threatening anything right now. Meanwhile, his king is relatively weak. Looks better for white? Oh, absolutely. It's just not losing. I got a call from the organ player at my church, and he invited me to France during Easter. During a trip to France during Easter. However, I get a visit from a friend of mine from Germany that week. Now I'm sad, but I'm still glad to see him again. I'm very mixed. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd find a way to draw for real. With white or black? Kind of equal, not much advantage? Yeah. Although, again, this move kind of makes things difficult for him. Maybe this was more accurate. Maybe queen to e7 was more accurate to prevent queen d8 check. On the other hand, I wanted to be greedy and hold on to this pawn. Fair move by him. So I'm just going to push his king out. Both, I don't know why, but I turned into Magnus in the endgame down a piece. True. Endgames are something that I've spent a lot of time trying to get good at because I feel like they're so rewarding, even compared to other stuff. Is rook a4 a move for white? I might be, but I'm not scared of it. See, my gut told me here and go this way. Also, I had a test in my history class for the interwar period. There were 2 questions on the test. The test was 120 minutes. My teacher talked about how little time it would have all last week. But 2,000 words and 9 minutes later, I felt more than done. And now I'm scared I missed some major points since I had such a good time. So good a time. Yeah, so good a time. That's the way I want to format that grammatically. That is a weird situation. Because, see, like, rationally, I would assume everything is fine, but the problem is, in my experience, classes are rarely rational. Well, I know, such a good time. Your time was good. English is weird, but I'm fairly certain that I'm phrasing that correctly. Because rook takes might have allowed something weird like queen e4, and that's feeling some pressure. At least that was my reason. No, I got you. Like, your time itself was good. Again, English is vague. I'm fairly certain he was afraid of queen e4. That's my thought process, at least. But, I mean, this looks completely drawing. I don't see how you push for a win, really, as either color. Although, again, I feel like there's some ways that white can lose this. Yeah, queen takes, I understand. And plus, if queen takes, then you'd have to worry about this f4 pawn as well. This rook is actually doing a really excellent job preventing me from having fun. For all the coping, this rook is actually doing a really good job. Also, this is a funny idea I want to consider, but I don't think it's good, unfortunately. It is very funny, though. Okay, I thought I would just take here with rook and say, okay, you have a single pawn. This is still an idea. Queen c5. Yeah, queen c5 looks excellent. I'm making fun. I know you meant for white. I'm making fun. I'm making fun. I understood. I understood. I was being goofy silly. Is this stupid? The answer to that is probably yes. Is this stupid? I mean, I did kind of have a good time as well. The questions were right up my alley. Question 1 was about discussing how and why totalitarian ideologies rose during the interwar period, what characteristics they had, what ideologies they were, why and where they are on the rise today, how they do it, and what can we do in modern day in the modern day to learn from it. Question 2 is about Norway and to discuss why the democracy in Norway lasted well during the interwar period. Queen h8? Queen h8's not good. Am I stupid? Don't answer that. I know it's Rose. I'm just tired. I wasn't meaning to correct you. I was doing it for my own understanding. Because I found the way it was put a little weird, and so I had a bit of a difficult time understanding what exactly you meant. And so I was correcting it for my own understanding. This might be stupid, or I'm a genius. My intention was this. I'm gonna say, okay, you don't have a next move. Oh, no, rook takes comes with check. I'm stupid. Wait, we might still be okay. I'm so stupid. No, we're not okay. We're losing. Ah! I have no threat anymore. So annoying. I missed that f takes g comes with check. I'm taking way too much time. I'm spending way too much time. Again, this rook endgame is probably fine for me, but because of how unactive his king is, but sorry, not unactive, inactive. I can't speak English today either. Inactivity is a big deal in these positions. If he lets me take on g2, I think I'm forcing a draw. I don't think he'll let me, but if he does. We might be able to hold this. The problem is 6 seconds. He didn't let me. Oh, I'm stupid. That's like the worst move in the position. Just as cringy. Ugh. He was checking for stalemates. That's just mate 1. Oh, well. Okay, mate 2. Mate 3. Okay, I'm playing one more game. We're not counting that one. Shh. Unactive is what I am with online chess. Unactive is such a terrible word. Okay. Unactive, that's the word of the day. I normally don't have words of the day, but today we have a word of the day, and it's unactive. Okay. What's your plan? We're transposing into a modern, and so I'm just going to play good moves. Huh. Problem is I can't do this, because then he just takes, and then he pushes e5. Huh. This comes a move earlier than I was expecting it to. This comes a move earlier than I was expecting. It's not really a dragon. It's a... It's kind... It, like, shares some DNA, but it's closer to a modern. Why not just c3? Because I don't want to play c3. It puts the knight... makes the knight not be able to have a good square. I don't want to play c3. Same difference? No. Yes? What do you mean yes? I said no. Goodness gracious. That is good. You just move it twice. I don't want to move it twice. Don't tell me what to do with my pieces. No, it's not. Because they don't have the same differences. The positions have a lot of very important differences. So I castle and play knight b5, yeah? I like my position, actually. Is he going to try to castle long? I mean, I'm just going to castle. I think taking here gives me a tempo more than I deserve. Because, like, then knight e4 comes, and it doesn't feel comfortable to me. Like, I would be scared there if I were black. I don't think he should take on b2. Maybe he can, and I'm just completely... yeah, completely delusional, but I didn't think that was good, and I stand by that. I would take... I think taking is real bad. I'm quite sure taking was terrible. Again, maybe I'm wrong and delusional. That's happened many times before. I'm 99% sure that pawn was poisoned. Maybe you could have taken and then played knight e7, but then I get my check. Letting me have knight d6 check seems very wrong. Okay, this is just a good move in general. Get the queen off the file opposite the rook and secure this. This pawn is how I'm going to win or lose the game. If I win the game, it's because of that pawn. If I lose the game, it's also because of that pawn. Plays written by Albert Camus. I've heard that name. Where have I heard that name? H4 or H3? H3. H4 makes this a weakness. Absurdism? Ah, thank you. H3 is just a nice move to play in these positions. I want this. That's the move I want. I don't know if it's good, but it's what I want to play. Are you still playing rated? Yes, that game I decided didn't count because I didn't want it to. And then I agreed with myself, and so it didn't count. Maybe the knight on d6 isn't as strong as I think, but it looks nice. It's really aesthetically pleasing. Overall, black's pieces just feel slightly cramped. Maybe there's nothing I can do about it, but it feels like there should be. Should be something, that is. When rook d1? Eventually. I'm in no rush. These other moves are more urgent. c3 is more urgent. Because after c3, this rook is suddenly freed up because this pawn is defended by the queen. Yeah, no, there's no reason to rush. Ah, good idea. Wait list to come if it comes to a used bookstore. That's sick. Now I want to sack. doesn't work, right? What I want to do, I'm not going to play it yet without calculating, but I want to do this, and then bishop takes, because this knight is undefended. The knight is undefended, and I feel like my pieces get in pretty quick. So, because the knight is undefended in that position, he doesn't have time to play knight takes e5. And if he doesn't have time to play knight takes e5, he has to do something with this. Maybe he can just go knight f5, and I'm completely stupid. No, but then I take the rook. And then it's an exchange. That's all I've given up. Or the 2 pieces for the rook, rather. You know, guys... I really want to. Wait, does he have knight d5? Does he not have to take this? And then now this is hanging. No, he has knight d5. That's a big deal. Because if here knight d5, this bishop's hanging, so I can't do anything goofy with the knight. Because then he just takes the bishop with attack on my queen. Maybe I still can, but it doesn't look good anymore. That's a big deal. That's a very important nuance. Yeah, I think knight d5 is the problem. If my pawn were on c4, I would have done it. If the pawn were on c4, I would have done it, but knight d5 just looks too good for him. That being said, where does this knight go? I don't think so, because I think taking with the bishop allowed like knight f5. And if he got his knight in fast enough, then I don't think I was ever forcing anything. There's so many moves that are almost in this position. But almost don't win games. Almost do not win games.
Okay, I gotta tell you my dream from last night.
It's entirely possible, Mo.
It was very long and intense, but you were performing at a nightclub in London, and I guess like an hour before your set, no one knew where you were.
It's entirely possible. Then you had 2 pawns for a weak bishop, but you're probably right. You're the 2K, 1300. That's not a reason to say you're wrong. Not in this channel. In this channel, I demand a better reason than high elo. Knight d6 I like. Can't decide if it's good. I'm trying to figure out these tactics, but I think I can just take. I'm worried about this. But I think there I have something goofy like knight g6 and I grab an exchange. If he takes on e5, I take with knight first. And I think that's important. Knight takes, and he can't take the knight or I go knight g6, I think. And then I'm attacking his queen and his rook. And that looks like an exchange. I mean, I can't find a continuation either. It's not easy. These are very complex positions. I would have went rook d1 first. I didn't have time for rook d1. Unless you meant rook d1 in this position. That's also possible. But I wanted active pieces. What does knight d6 even do? Be a good piece. Suppress any rook moves and just be annoying. Knight d6 is simply just a annoying move. That's at least was my thinking. Also, maybe this. And if he takes rook takes, then my rook can come to the 7th rank. In some lines. I'm gonna play rook d1 first. I like the aggressiveness of taking with bishop. See, that's what makes these sorts of positions tricky, is vague concepts like aggressiveness usually don't work unless you have a better reason than just, oh, aggressive to play it, you know? That doesn't mean it was a bad move, but that means that it's not enough to justify the move. You know what I mean? Moves require a lot of justification, especially moves that sacrifice material. Imagine something like this. And then I play like rook d6. Stupid. Does he have a knight move? Knight b6. Nah, he has knight b6. Actually, knight b6, I could play knight e3, and my knight is suddenly massively improved. And if the knight can get to g4, that's a very nice piece. Is this stupid? Why knight c4? For rook d6? I felt like that was a pretty strong rook. Bishop will almost be useless as long as e6 is where... maybe. But again, he can... if he's able to trade pieces there, then he wins, right? That's the problem. You have to always consider that trading pieces now wins. You give your opponent a new win condition when you sacrifice material. Again, that doesn't mean the sacrifice is terrible 100% of the time. It just means you give your opponent a new win condition. And you have to know that. If you do it accidentally, then you're asking for trouble. At least you have a bishop rather than not having one. Again, yeah, that's the problem. Is it's not neutral, right? You are giving up something long-term and concrete for something that might not exist. And if it doesn't exist, you will just lose. If it does exist, you're chilling, but... ah, wait. He has knight takes, rook takes, knight takes, queen takes, queen takes. Dang it. I think that's just a pawn. Actually, maybe I can sack the exchange. That's not how that works, King. You need to redeem the first channel point redemption to be first. That's how first works. I'm back. Welcome back. What does he take with? I've messed this up royally. Callum was actually first. I did check. The tapes confirm. Callum was pretty objectively first. The VHS? Yeah. I keep VHS records of all my streams, obviously. C3 in the opening was right? Probably. I don't think I had a bad position out of the opening, though. I think I messed it up. I got a little bit enthusiastic with my knight moves. Knight moves. Really, my biggest fan. Like, objectively? How does one ever even measure that? Bigness of fan. Rook e8? Shh. Welcome, a MIDI. Yeah, a MIDI. Does SSB stand for Super Smash Bros? I like Super Smash Bros. You're not losing your bishop? I am. He has a minute and 30. That's what I'm playing for right now. I've played just a really poor game of chess. Queen e6? Queen e6, I have f4. This is better, I think. I don't know, maybe that's first. Yeah, I think that's how I found your channel. Right, because I participated in that tournament once, and so I had some practice sessions for it. I remember. Good times. Queen f6 and f6 is what I thought? Maybe. Yeah. There was no good move there. I was just trying to avoid his pieces getting too active, you know? I mean, obviously they're super duper active right now, but I was trying to limit it as much as I could. $30 seconds versus 17. It's not the easiest win of all time. It's not the easiest win of all time. It's obviously winning, but we'll take it. Okay, one more. Let's be ELO positive. Who flagged whom? B4 was the big mistake. Yeah, B4 was weird. I have no idea why he played that. Gonna be real. No clue why he played that. It's a sign of someone who's never played Bullet? Yeah. I mean, I'm terrible at Bullet, and even I wasn't really a fan. B4 is just so impractical. It made my position so much easier to play, and his so much harder. No, this knight looks silly. I kind of like my position. Oh yeah, I'm familiar with this one. Stop playing a ladder. One more. I want to be ELO positive. We're chilling though. He has to play Rook C8. I don't think there's another move. Ooh. I really like my position all of a sudden. I really like my position a lot. Hello there, Bobby Chess. Is Queen B3 a move? Queen B3 is often a move. I really like my position. Look how misplaced his knight is. Again, I don't know these lines super well. I kind of play them as a gimmicky sort of thing. However, evidently, I know them better than my opponent. Because he's kind of messed this up a little bit from a principles perspective. Which I don't blame him. These are not easy positions. They're relatively complex and kind of opaque. So I don't really blame him if I'm being honest, but just good for me. I'm 1,000, 1,300 rated. Is there a problem if we play together? None whatsoever. I usually play unrated with viewers regardless, which I'm sure that's not a problem. I'm sure you don't mind, but... Is he going to play f6 here? That'd be a commitment and a half. Yeah, this was bad. Am I stupid or is this really good for me? I'm 400, he lets me play. You're not 400. Actually, we'll just... Where does this knight want to go? Does it want to go here or here? Which square? Give me a second, guys. Let's get our queen into the game first. What is he rated? My opponent is rated 2102. See, the knight looks good on f5, but I think I have e4 immediately afterwards, and this is terrible. Long term. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it looks like to me. Man. I'm going for this. Excuse me? That looks wrong. Never mind, I'm going here, boys. Let's get all the way in his position if he lets us. Even queen takes knight takes there isn't bad. Funny but bad. I would never play it in a serious game, but I would play it in a non-serious game. I have played it in non-serious games. Forget would, I literally have. He must take that knight. I don't think it's... Yeah, okay. Let's go. Please. Look at this position, guys. You gotta be kidding me here, man. This looks too good. Spawn really 2K? I have no idea. I know this position feels really good. It's similar, you except for the funny part? Exactly. Exactly, Mo. The Alien Gambit is like me, but funnier. But it's not quite as stylish as I am either, to be fair. So, I kind of have one up on it. So confused. I kind of want to play this. Yeah, that's probably not as good. Rook c5. Shh. Rook c5. He doesn't play rook d8. He takes, and then plays rook d7. Also, don't suggest moves. It's hard. I understand. Yeah. Keep it simple. Bring the other rook to c1. Pile up on the knight. You know what? I'm up in exchange. Let's get the queens off. I don't mind. What's the conversion of Alka bucks to Schrute bucks? Well, see, the Schrute buck has a direct conversion to USD. So I think I would get in legal trouble were I to reveal that. Analyze after the game? Oh, for sure. I'm done after this game, win or lose. That's the deal. The Schrute buck is a cash equivalent. Man, I'd love to play this and then do something on this diagonal, but I don't think there's anything. I expected a4 instead of rook c1. And my a4 might have been better. Oh, I just gave him back the exchange. I'm stupid. Of course I did. Naturally. This is why I'm not 2200. Okay. I'm a millionaire in Vietnam, so see you all later. Yeah. Very impressive. We're all proud of you. Hello, Mika. Micah. I'm not going to resign or offer a draw. Who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? Have you been here this entire time? Losing endgame is code for I want to win. Think the black is one playing for a win? Oh, he's a pawn up, you think? I know that. That's not my point. I didn't say I'm winning or that I should win. I'm saying I want to win. I definitely shouldn't win. Definitely. That's not going to stop me from trying. Knight b5, I thought. On knight b5, I just take the knight. So I'd be okay with knight b5. And lose the knight? Yeah. No, that'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty epic. An epic gamer move, you could even call it. I think he's prepping knight b5 currently, but... It's definitely a drawn rook and pawn endgame. That's all he's got. It still stinks. Hello, Wands. Have you heard of a singer called Elvis Presley? No, never. He's probably an indie artist. Probably very small and one that nobody knows about. Can I get in the line? Exclam join. Hop on in. Radiohead's pretty underground, yeah. I'm surprised you know who they are. Now it's absolutely a draw. I just have to play it correctly. Or maybe it isn't because I do lose this pawn. Did I know Tame Impala is just one guy? This sounds crazy. Yeah, only a few chosen ones know about him? Exactly. Y'all can't expect this much from me. I can't know all of these indie artists y'all like so much. I'm stupid. Watch me lose this rook endgame. Goodness gracious. Insane. The only human in history to lose this rook endgame. Rexboard, that both sounds like the fakest fact I've ever heard, and like it could totally be real. It's true from what I saw and what I looked into. Like I said, it sounds both incredibly fake and totally real. Did you use Vine when it was alive? Nah. Did you know Deftones are not shoegaze? Well, I'm going to be real. I barely know what shoegaze means. Like, it's... Shoegaze is right on the verge of what I understand. Also, I'm stupid again. I keep losing pawns. You know what? I'm done playing rated. I'm going to take the L and be 2140. I mean, I'm not going to resign, obviously. I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to try to win the elo back. Now you give up? I don't believe in giving up. Gosh. Giving up is not an option. Rook G3 I like. Well, I mean, he's playing very well. Now. At the start he wasn't, but now he is. Literally me, Moal. Although, to be fair, on stream, I do play a little longer than I typically would off stream to prove a point. I'm a little bit like that sort of reactionary contrarian sort of thing. Where it's like, oh, you're telling me to resign and everyone resigns? I'm not going to resign. You know? Hoping for pre-moves. Hoping for whatever. You never know what happens, right? People are capable of all different types of blunder. It's super impressive. Every time you think you've seen the worst blunder humankind can possibly show, they'll prove you wrong. Now shoegaze is great because it sounds like a funny vacuum cleaner. I thought vacuum cleaner chic was a different genre. G2H2? It's not that simple. Oh, my mouse slipped. I wanted to go Rook E8. Like, it was actually super hard to win after Rook E8. Ah, so stupid. Ah, that was my draw chance. I'm so mad. Now he goes E2. That's even better. Let's make it so at least he doesn't queen with check, right? Man. That's immensely frustrating. Yeah, I'm not getting stalemate either way because I can always take the pawn. Tragic. Tragic. That was mate 1. I mean, I'm sure there's a billion different ones. No, it's not easy because you're getting the king out of the way. There's no way to get the king out of checks. Tomorrow I go looks max based. There's not an easy way of getting out of checks. That's what I'm saying in this position. If I don't mouse slip like an idiot. Like here. Oh, I'm stupid. I had just winning a rook. Okay, earlier. Not earlier, later. Saying here. Like, again, it's obviously winning, but the path forward isn't the most obvious. Like, I take on f4. I'm not playing again, I'm looking at the game. Relax. Yeah, shoegaze sounds a little compressed, in my opinion. Yeah. You know, first come, first serve, right? It's the first one of the original places on the internet, I believe. That's what I mean. It's like not obvious. I did not start a game. I clicked analyze. I've heard of it, but I don't know. Yeah. No, that's what I mean. It's not compressed, but like sounds compressed. It feels compressed. How do you win this? Because, like, you move the king, it's a draw all of a sudden, right? It should be. No, but how do you get out of the checks void? I know if it's black to move, rook g2 f2, rook g2 h2 obviously wins. But the point is, it's difficult to get out of the checks. That's my entire point. I guess you would go like here, check, here, and then if I check again, then you would go here, right? Yeah, that's what it would be. And then we have the same problem we have in the game, yeah? Although, you are a move slower. Ah, you have E2. Yeah, you have E2, then you play it. Yeah. Yeah. What song, Ronnie? Could have won by going F4? Before going F4? Oh yeah, for sure. But again, I could have won his rook. That's kind of my point. So I'm clearly not informed today. Any other day I'd see this and I'd win his rook and I'd win the game. Okay, let's look at the opening. No, this opening was clearly winning for me. It was the other opening that was interesting. Not winning, or maybe winning. It was definitely way better. F4 was inaccurate. I should have played Queen A4. Right, target the weaknesses immediately. Skill issue? Obviously. Very much. Yeah, I should have played Knight A4 earlier. Knight B5. Okay, Knight E2 was better. Just continue with my plan. Yeah. I got caught up in all the vibes. And now it's just +3. It's completely winning. Just rook B1, take this, and I win the game. Literally nothing can be done. There's no counterplay, there's no nothing. Check rook C5. When? Oh, here? Rook C5 doesn't work, man. My guy, rook C5 doesn't work. He plays rook takes, and then he goes rook takes, queen takes, and rook D7. Also rook D8. But this is what I saw. Takes, takes, rook D7. What have I accomplished? Again, evidently rook D8 is also works for the same reason, but again, to me this was simplest. Just go into an endgame, you know you'll never lose. You'll never lose this endgame in this black. Oh, I think you've had me play this one before. Let me listen. Yeah, but I had a win. And I just blundered at fork. Yeah, I know you have, but I felt like maybe I just listened to those one myself. Maybe I just listened to the album. I just blundered a rook fork. I never lose this endgame here. This, I just gave him this on a silver platter. Mo, relax. I am. We're just analyzing. I can analyze my own games too. Kindako? Yeah, no. I'm donating ELO. ELO donation. Elo donation. Okay. Who's first? Big Mouth is a bad anime show. Whoa! Whoa! How? Whoa! How? That's a super contrarian take. Like, you're just gonna drop that one on us? I'm ending hot water with this one? You absolutely are. Okay. Let's see if my analysis skills are better than my playing skills. It's unlikely. Because I'm tired, and that's the source of both being bad. I wanted to take a nap earlier today, but I got stuck working on something and I forgot. Really? Wait. No, wait. Was that actually introduced as a hot take? I thought that show was pretty notorious for being bad. It's a simple game? Okay. Spoilers. Okay. Phildor. Doesn't this bishop want to go here, usually? I know people who like it. Interesting. Sure. Why not something like this? Is there a concrete reason? You don't brush your teeth. Is that part of the joke, or is that like a thing people do? Do people not brush their teeth? Hey, welcome back, Plum. Are you planning on becoming a CM soon? I would like to be one, but soon I'm not sure, just because school and life. Okay. I just don't like bishop e2. It feels passive. I don't like passivity. I thought, okay, I wasn't like being dumb. I legit thought that it was pretty universally agreed that Big Mouth bad. Let me see if I can remember this correctly. Why is my computer something? Okay. It's probably because, no, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I just watched some reviewer who had a really negative take on it, and so now I think everyone thought that. That happens to me. Haven't been here in months. How do you even remember me? Insane memory. I remember someone named Plum. Details will come back to me in time, but I do remember a Plum existing. Because I like plums. Actually, I don't like plums. I have mixed opinions on plums. But outside of the soup kitchen, me and my family worked at, when I was like 6, there was a plum tree. So I remember plums. Name all your regular viewers? No, that's not how that works. See, that's the problem. I can't, like, say all of them, but when I see them, I know it. You know what I mean? It's like the countries thing. I can't name a bunch of countries. When I see country, I'm like, yeah, I know that country. Because I do know that country. It's the same with viewers. I'm going to miss someone obvious. And they're going to get offended. I'm going to be like, but I remember you. And they're like, no, you didn't. Now you're lying. I'm like, no. I swear. And then I'm going to get canceled. You like talking to your viewers, huh? Name all of them. Yeah, exactly. Name 3 countries. I can name 3 countries. Poser. I'm half European, so I can name 1.5. What's a half a country? I better be careful what I say next. I could get canceled very quick for this one. Okay, hold on a second. You're playing very passively here, Void. I don't appreciate it. It's just, you're not, like, playing like you had an advantage. And you definitely had an advantage, but you weren't playing like it. Okay? Okay? Sure. I mean, you have a nice space advantage now. That's nice. It's preferable. See, this move looks psychotic, but the more you look at it, the more sane it seems. There we go. That's exactly what I meant, Rexboy. G4 is nice. G4 is very nice. I'm quite happy you played it. What was G4 for? Well, first it's to kick the knight, because the knight doesn't have a good square. That's step 1. F5 was wrong? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, someone texted me, and I was trying to respond. G4. See, G5's unnatural for me. Actually, it's only unnatural on first look, because his queen has to go there. And that's the critical thing. And now his queen is real close to trapped. He can, yeah, he has to go here, and then then after this he has to play queen h3. And you are bullying his queen. Queen h4. Now it's just trapped. Ah, he has one more square. He has one more. Oh, come on, look at this. Count Ireland, South Africa. That's exactly the thing. That's exactly what I meant by takes that are going to get me canceled. No, as you see, not at all. I would say, though, call me psycho, but I feel like in this position, something like bishop d1 or rook f3 are both more natural than playing f5. f5, just like, again, takes, you have to calculate. I don't want to calculate, so I'm just saying g5. What's the point? What's your threat? You've just given me a square for my knight. You've given me an outpost, and if you can't force your way in, then I'm just chilling. So g5 is hard to calculate, yes, but 1, I wouldn't say it's that hard, and 2, just play another move. Forehead. Even something like this might not be that stupid. Yeah, it's not best, it's not great, but still much better for white. Didn't really know what to do. Well, find your worst piece and make it better. Typical chess stuff. This knight isn't really doing much. And now g5, you're threatening to win his queen. It's controlling some very important squares now. And this knight can't ever come here because you just boot it. And also does nothing. My knight is not allowing knight c5. But what does knight c5 threaten? Okay, he plays knight c5, big deal. I can play b4. Where does his knight go? Oh, is he trapping another one of his pieces? Uh-oh. Knight c5 isn't a threat. And also, if you don't know what to do, the response isn't play f5 in 2 seconds. You spent 2 seconds on this move, Void. I thought he had tricks. Then calculate them. You have 8.5 minutes on the clock. You have a 1.5 minute time lead. Use it. This is what it's for. You spent 2 seconds on this move. Okay, the excuses keep changing. Yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah, no doubt. Queen h4 is bad. Again, just pushes. Pushes, you put a knight here, you put the pawn on h6, you never lose. Just, it's not even best. I was just thinking about this. Oh, there's rook sacks. Cool. Oh, yeah. And then the knight comes e4. Okay. That's fair, that's fair. It's not as easy as it looks. It's not as easy as it looks. You have to be a little more intentional. But okay. Still, I would say your pawns on light squares should be enough of an indication that this is not the way of going about it. This should tell you that it's not the plan. What do you think about virtue ethics? Let me Google that just so I have a precise definition. I think I know what you're talking about, but I get concepts' names confused, and so I might be thinking of a different concept. Okay. Virtue ethics is an approach that treats virtue and character as the primary subjects of ethics, in contrast to other ethical systems that put consequences of voluntary acts, principles, or rules of conduct, or obedience to divine authority in the primary role. Okay, so consequences of voluntary acts, that's utilitarianism. I don't like utilitarianism. Obedience to a divine authority in the primary... Obedience to a divine authority just becomes another one. And so it's either principles or rules of conduct, or character and virtue. I'm not sure I have a strong opinion. Of course you can. Just don't chess.com. Because you're not typically supposed to have alt accounts. Yeah, but like... what's the idea here? Mm-hmm. Aha, enlightened self-interest. Here we go. Now we're digging into it. I like the enlightened self-interest. I'm personally at that point myself. Well, that's what I try to be. I'm not going to pretend that I'm all the way there, but... it sounds good, but it's subjective. Like, what if two virtues clash and you gotta pick one? Well, that's the ultimate problem, isn't it? That's just the issue. If the problem with an ethical system is that it struggles to define the things that are ethical and most important, then I would say that's a sound ethical system. Because, I mean, like, unless you're going with, like, dogmatism, whether it be religious or otherwise, which has its own problems, then it's kind of difficult to have just an objective standard of this is ethical, this is not, you know? Oh, in that case, you're great. Ooh, F6 is nice. Yeah, so check to play F6. He has to go King G8. Well, I guess F6 is also possible. What are you playing if you played F6? Again, the problem is your pieces just aren't quite there. You've locked in your own bishop. That's why I'm kind of like struggling to be on the same page as you. Different ideas about what's virtuous? Exactly, that's the ultimate problem. Is that a problem with the system, or is that a problem with how difficult it is to define what's good and what's not good? Because I don't understand what, other than like utilitarianism, which I think is terrible. Maybe that's a hot take, but I think utilitarianism is trash. Other than like utilitarianism, how are you going to... So I lack harmony? Exactly. Deontology is tricky too? That's what I mean. Deontology has the same problem. Well, not the same problem, but a very similar problem, where it's like, okay, you've decided that what a good action is an action that matches the principles. Okay, what principles? You know? Even utilitarianism, like, define what benefits humanity. Because, like, yeah, ethics sounds like it's going to be tonight. Because, like, if you're going with utilitarianism, it's only a half step away from justifying from justifying eugenics, right? It's not difficult to be in favor of eugenics as a utilitarianist. I'm not saying all utilitarianists are in favor of eugenics. I'm saying that philosophical system is not diametrically opposed to eugenics. The question with utilitarianism is like, are you right? You know, it's like, and I don't like that. There's a lot of things I don't like about utilitarianism. So I don't think, like, that's a problem with virtue ethics, absolutely. But I don't think it's a problem unique to virtue ethics. Andy's actually the most annoying character in The Office. They ruined his character after season 8? 7? Maybe it's 7. I get my seasons mixed up because I, like, binged it. Antians, welcome back. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. And if you're utilitarian, legitimately, that's not the dumbest thing. Like, okay, if we improve the gene pool, then that means the resulting people will be happier, and we'll be removing the people that would be unhappy, therefore we're optimizing for the happiness of and healthiness of all society, right? That's like the argument, which is not that unsound of an argument. He wasn't that great even before they totally ruined his character? Yes, I agree. But he would not have been nearly as bad if they didn't ruin his character. This is the wrong game, probably? They're just chilling up a piece. Oh, and now your bishop gets active. It took your opponent giving you a knight and a pawn to get the bishop active. Now it's wonderful. Oh yeah, Nelly is very annoying. She got less annoying, in contrast to Andy getting more annoying. Well, it's active. It's beautiful now. Now it's gorgeous. Now here comes the knight. The knight wasn't doing anything. Check. Now look how your pieces just fly into place. Ooh, that's a nice move. Again, once your pieces got active, the game ended. In this position, you didn't do it intentionally. Not a fan of Phyllis? Yeah, I could see that. I think I agree. In Jane's record office, the American Jack signed the USA, but everyone seems to have forgotten about it. I don't remember. I don't know what those are off the top of my head, because remember, I moved out of the US when I was 13, so I wasn't exactly studying eugenics when I moved, you know? I should have been, but... Dissolved in 2019. That's what I mean. Like, again, eugenics has a legitimate argument in a utilitarian perspective. Flex. No, like, again, if you want to be a utilitarianism, eugenics, I'm not going to say is a foregone conclusion, but is a very easy thing to get to. Because it does make sense under a utilitarianist lens. That's why I like the fact that I, as a Protestant Christian, can just say sanctity of human life, checkmate, and not have to worry about it. No. It'd be a slippery slope fallacy if I said they're going to get there, and I said it's inevitably getting there. We're pointing out theoretical problems with the ethics systems. Like you saying, what if two virtues collide? That would also be a slippery slope. If you said that that's inevitable. I'm not saying it's inevitable. I'm actually clarifying that it's not. My point is specifically that if we're pointing out the ways different ethical systems fail, that's one of the ones for utilitarianism. What would you play instead of F5? I would consider G4, but I would probably play this to play G5 next move. Like, that's, to me, the most natural move. I'm not saying it's the best move. It might not even be a good move, but it's the most natural to me. Because it's not easy to find a move for black in this position. And now I have dual ideas. I'm both threatening g5 and maybe my knight can come this way and have some fun here on the king side. Because his knights can't do anything right now. h6 probably. In this position. Well, now g5 is a huge problem because his queen's trapped. So that's step one. So step one is g5. That wins the queen. But even, like, queen h4? Okay, queen h4. That's probably the best move. Okay, meme all you want, king g2. I unironically really like king g2. King g2, h3, and then we, like, improve our bishop. I'm trying to improve my pieces. So my knight is much better than it was a move ago. My bishop is still trash, so I want my bishop to be here. But for my bishop to be here, I need this pawn to be defended. And for this pawn to be defended, I need to play h3. But to play h3, I need to play king g2. QED. Again, it's not the best move. Evidently, bishop d1 is best. Again, just opening your rook, which that's pretty reasonable as well. That's probably easier to find than king g2. And then you go like rook e3, and you can maybe double rooks. You can maybe bring a rook here. So, same difference. The point is, you need to improve your pieces. Black's pieces are terrible. You've already finished that one. But you need to make your pieces better. And so, so g5, while hard to find, f5 does not make your pieces better, and actually makes them worse if I play g5. This bishop's trash. Okay. Queen h4. Queen d4. f6. Again, I have the same problem. How are you making your pieces better? You still can't play bishop d3. This knight has fewer squares to go to. If anything, you made your pieces worse. I actually don't like white's position very much anymore. Like, intuitively you would want to play this, but knight de5 is like auto-played, and now these knights are wonderful. Your knight's terrible. Bishop d3 is knight de5. And this knight is absolutely better than this bishop f5. The computer's being cute. I have knight f3, and I win in exchange. Absquatulate. Absquatulate. Computer's being cute. I have knight f3. However, I also have queen takes e1 first, then knight f3. Same difference. But, even then, like, what are you threatening? Let's say I play something stupid. It says you have rook e3. That's your main idea. Rook e3, rook g3, and then you play like g5 at some point. Okay, fair enough. But again, my knights are better, and this knight's doing nothing. The reason this whole tactical sequence works is because my pieces are better placed than yours. To vamoose, abscond, or leave somewhere in a hurry. I love when people describe an obscure word with another obscure word. So, like, absquatulate, defining it as to abscond, you know? Nauseous? I feel like nauseous is a pretty well-known word. Oh, lupus. 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 So, like, the other day, my little brother asked what miscellaneous meant. And so, I said, oh, it's like sundry. Right? He was like, wait, what does sundry mean? I said, oh, it's like miscellaneous. You missed my previous argument? Yes I did. But Christian ethics might not fit for everyone since there are many belief systems. Well, yeah, that's why I said I'm pretty happy that I have it. Like, sundry is another great word. I love sundry. Nauseous. Were you not sure how to pronounce nauseous? I mean, fair enough. C5 and 792. Yeah, C5's nice. Either way, 92 isn't bad though. I don't mind 92 because you're finally getting your knight into play. C5's better, but so what? Not sure why I didn't see it in the game. You were just playing super passively with your pieces this entire game. And so your position wasn't good until your opponent activated your pieces for you, which he did, thankfully. Aren't many Christian teachings outdated? I mean, you're asking the Christian if Christian teachings are outdated. I'm obviously going to say no. I mean, it's kind of, you know, not sure what else I'm supposed to say. It's your turn, Mole. No, yes, they're outdated, but I believe them anyway because I'm an irrational human. No, of course I don't think they're outdated. Night, Void. Do it. That's an interesting question, Gone. And so, here's the thing. The interpretations vary. I'm still kind of mulling over the verses that talk about that sort of stuff. And at this point, I might get canceled. I'm not 100% convinced one way or another, so I'm kind of just sitting back and waiting to see. Oh yeah, their lives absolutely matter. That's not the question. The question was not whether they matter or whether it should be legal. That was not the question. The question is from a personal ethics perspective, which is why I said I'm not 100% sure on one way or another. The question was not legality or validity as a human being or like anything even remotely relating to any of that. That was not the question. That I 100% support. Why the government should be able to say who you're allowed to get married to is stupid. I mean, outside of like, you know, age of consent and stuff like that to protect people who are unable to make rational decisions, right? Outside of like that. Not sure I'd call myself libertarian, but I mean, like, I understand the arguments for government intervention in a lot of things, but what's your name? Oh, wait, you don't know my chess.com name? You would have to wait until your turn. I can't analyze your game now. Also, if this is a real game, it's pretty darn funny. But I can help you with that, absolutely. Science versus creationism is a debate too? Absolutely. That one, so it's hard. Because, well, I would say I err on the side of science. I'm not sure they're mutually exclusive. Federal cheese caves. So I want to laugh at that. However, the U.S. government has random enough stuff going on that it might actually be real. Yeah. Cause my Christian take on that one, Ronnie, is like, assuming creationism, because again, it's what I believe. God created the universe to be explored, and so, like, ignoring what we find there seems backwards, even from a creationist perspective. I want to say those biblical passages are metaphorical. They might be. That's why I said I'm not sure. I honestly, again, there's a lot of things I haven't done research into yet that I ought to. I just get tired of it because it's legitimately really hard to. I do my own reading and I do my own pondering, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't like basing my takes solely on my own thinking. The line here is D5, isn't it? D5 is a line. I think it is the main line, if memory serves. I don't like basing my opinions solely off of the things that I think and so most of the time I kind of sit back and wait. And in the meantime, live and let live, you know? There is 1.4 billion pounds of cheese in an abandoned limestone mine in Missouri. Why? What? Am I getting gaslit, or is this actually a thing? Cheese caves. America's 1.2 billion pounds of hidden cheese. Hey, good job. The United States government owns 1.4 billion pounds of cheese. They keep this cheese hundreds of feet below ground in converted limestone mines in Missouri. The cheese caves are kept at a perfect 36 degrees Fahrenheit and are home to massive stockpiles of government-owned cheese. $1.2 billion pounds of cheese as a food reserve? Oh, it's a subsidy thing. It's a subsidy thing. Is the idea that religious texts are liable to mistranslation over thousands of years and have less say in life common in Christian circles? I ask because my Muslim mate holds this opinion, which has surprised me quite a bit. Okay, so it depends on the Christian circles. I would say most American fundamentalist Christians would say, no, there are no mistranslations in the Bible, and if you think there are, that's like anti-Christian. However, and most like American fundamentalist Christians are also very literal when it comes to the translations of the Bible, which is where the creationism stuff comes in, because they don't think that old Earth is possible, because if you go through the records of the names and how long people lived for in the Bible, it doesn't go back millions of years. It goes back a couple thousand. All 12 apostles? Here we go. Do I trade queens or do I keep the queens? I can't decide. Do you think they give tours to the cheese caves? Of course not. That'd be too much fun. Fun is illegal. I don't know if you knew that about the US. I'm not trading. So there's 12 apostles. You got Judas, Paul, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Simon. I feel like there was another Simon. I'm missing some. I think, was there Thomas, or was Thomas the guy in Acts? I get names confused. I get names of everything confused. Biblical or not. Do you want to go on a heist with me? To the Cheese Cave? Yeah. It's in Missouri, too. We could stop and visit one of your bands with 12 monthly listeners on Spotify while we're there. One of your Midwest emo bands must be from Missouri. Come on. Yeah, Thomas was the other one. The Cheese Caves. Okay, I think I'm fine here, don't you think? I think you're fine, yeah. Do you agree with doubting Thomas's story? Honestly, I'm not sure off the top of my head. Again, I'm not the most well-read person of all time. From the historical aspect. For better or worse, probably for worse, I often spend more of my time on like the metaphysical stuff because it's what I find interesting. No, it's a government subsidy thing, Rexport. Now it makes sense. Well, it doesn't make sense, but I can see how it would exist. Hot topics with Alco? Yeah, Cheese Caves. Let's go. I'm shocked, but not shocked. It has some logic to it. Well, the logic is that they just kept the subsidies going. It sounds so fake. Yeah, my pieces are very annoying. That's kind of part of the point of the position. There's a lot of P's going on there. It sounds so fake. That's why I couldn't tell. You said it, and I wasn't sure if I should laugh or not. Which, those are the best kind of facts. You know? It sounds so fake. Yeah, I'm good. I think you're okay. I'm just figuring out how to improve my pieces. Go to win now, you can just resign. I would, but I can't find the resign button. So I guess I'll just have to keep playing. Now I can think of as like one of the, you know, the like memes where it's like, what if we kissed in the cheese mines? Stream sniping. Well, no, we're playing unrated and to learn. So I've made my opinion clear that it's fun. Is me confident you believe so? No, he absolutely does not. Not that I know of. No, I don't like the way Christians often portray themselves on social media, and I find it very annoying. My apologies for the dumb pun. Let's go. I thought it was pretty Gouda. I know, right? I just... Sometimes fact truly is stranger than fiction. Yeah, but like, why? What's productive about that? I don't understand. I really don't get it. I don't get it at all. But religion has become political in the US. Well, I mean, it's been for like 50 years, so I say become. Yeah, some people use religion as a veil to pour out their hate. Exactly. What do you think this movie is good? Because it is. Well, I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you nothing. I'm telling you diddly squat. Okay. Sure. So the question is, do I play rook takes before or after I go knight d3? I play knight d3, but do I go rook takes before or after? If rook takes, is he taking with knight or queen? Most likely knight. That's pretty passive. I'll play the knight move first. I really like the duality of this chat. Half is seriously discussing religion. I can't speak. Half of it is seriously discussing religion, and then you have the troglodyte me talking about cheesecapes. But I see, that's the thing. I'm totally here for it. People like to have villains feel good about themselves, thus the hate. Absolutely. Something something, Watchmen, something something. It's easier to unite with a common enemy than it is to unite any other way. Something something, human condition. Come on, it's funny. It's just like cheese caves. Why? Like, I just sometimes I can't with reality, you know? How did we get here? I swear, religion nowadays is just a cesspool of hate, and people wonder why it's so unattractive. I would say that by and large, that's just religion, like, online. In that it's not as bad in person depending on where you go. I might be wrong about that, but that's what I would say is at least partially the case. Okay, I got you, Toaster. You're chilling. Liberated Toaster. Did you know that the US government is housing 1.2 billion pounds of cheese underground in Missouri? I swear I'm not making this up. It sounds like I'm making it up, but I'm not. And I can't house 1.2 billion humans. True. If I was president, I'd eat it in 2 months. Hey, now that's something I could get behind. That's a policy I could vote on. Let's go. Elect me and I will eat all the cheese. It's a cheesy secret. It is. Religion is like cheese. You can't say something about one and act like it applies to all. Even if Catholics are progressive, the other 99% mix and match versions have wavering opinion. Yeah. No. You're right. You're right. I can get behind that. Do you think it's the better cheese gobbler? Biden or Trump? Who do I think would do a better job of eating, of like completely annihilating the National Cheese Reserve? Because clearly that's the only thing that matters in a candidate. Is how powerful we think they are from a cheese perspective. You might be right. You might be right. Government subsidies are such a goofy thing. I'm learning about them in college because I have a public finance course now. It's so weird. Trump would make the Mexicans eat the cheese. Biden would trip and drop the cheese accidentally into some volcano. This is true. I think I could beat them both. I think you could too. I would vote for you for president just so you could eat the cheese reserve. That's true. You know, no, that might be true as well. I know. Absolute rookie numbers. If I get into office, eat cheese for a month straight and then resign. Best president we've had in years. Oh my god, everyone just starts saying, well, the hell you go. Oh, psh. See, that's terrible. Outside, you know, the people, you know, the funny thing about the Bible is that the people that Jesus was universally the harshest with were the Pharisees, which were the religious leaders of the era. He was way harder on them than he was anyone else. Oh yeah, for sure. The cheese mines. There's nothing harder hitting than good old cheese mines. But somehow, modern Christians forget that little factoid. Yeah, why would we discuss anything important when we could just talk about cheese mines for 3 hours? I would just keep talking about cheese mines. This could be the official cheese mine podcast. What the heck is this? Annual dull and boring day. Returns to park on August 9th. The community of Boring gathered in the Boring Station Trailhead Park. Boring Day. The commemoration of Boring, Oregon, and Dull, Scotland, becoming a pair for the ages. That's hilarious. So it's a city called Boring and a city called Dull, and they come together to make Boring and Dull. God forbid your version of Christianity has slightly ever similar clear difference in opinion. Oh no, yeah, that's a thing, yeah. There's a really good quote I like. Oh, let me see if I can remember it. It'll come to me in a second. It's what I try to live by from a theological perspective. It'll take me a moment. And plus I'm playing a chess game and I'm trying not to lose, so it makes it harder. Boomer Google cheese? Suggestion is 8 Mile. It's like, isn't that a movie? Are you suggesting that I just watch a movie live on stream? Can't decide if that's based or cringe. My apologies to the country for absolutely demolishing all the cheese we stockpiled. It was so good I just couldn't stop. I was cheesed to be your president, but now it's time to leave office. Like I said, Best president we've had in years. Got him. Oh. Okay, okay. What was that? Checkmate. Okay, give me a second. What's the quote? What's the quote? Here it is. In essentials, unity. In non-essentials, liberty. In all things, charity. Right? That's not very common, but I feel like it's the way of going about it. Also, that was a suggestion that I Boomer Google something. That's way cheaper than an actual Boomer Google. Quote by whom? I think it was Augustus. I heard it from R.C. Sproul, but it might not have originated with him. In all things cheese. This is true. No, just in the mines. Nowhere else. Going fish, I'll see you Saturday. See ya. Tell me how the cheese mine goes. Yep. Exactly who I mean, Antians. Did you know he was a renowned theologian? He truly bounced back. Oh, Infinite Craft on Neil.fun. I've spent like 2 minutes on it a few weeks back, right when it came out. But I haven't touched it since, because I forgot about it. Neil.fun's such a fire website. Hi, Fluffy. Knight C3, Knight C6. So I was doing okay. Evidently this was terrible. Should I have taken? Taking was fine. A5 was better. Interesting. Rook F7 was also good. Oh gosh. See, I got kind of stuck when I did it, and so I got bored and then I left. I couldn't decide if I want to play C6 or C5. I was conflicted. Because on the one hand, C5 solidifies the knight. On the other hand, C6 prevents your knights from entering. So I went with the prophylactic one, which evidently wasn't as good. Ah, it was E3 first. I wanted to play E3, but my plan was this, then E3. The Great Emu War? Yes, because I watch Oversimplified, one of my favorite history channels. It was best. I could decide. Yeah, Rook takes is slightly worse. Okay, takes. First off, Rook takes, Queen takes, Knight takes. Yeah, and then I go Queen A5 and I play Bishop pair versus Knight and Bishop. That's fair. I can see that. I just find him hilarious. And I will do my own independent research if I want a deeper understanding of the historical context. Otherwise, it's like storytelling. I would agree with you, Liberated Toaster. I would absolutely agree that it is more entertainment than education. If I want something more educational, I really like Kraut. He's not right 100% of the time. That's Kraut. He's not right 100% of the time, but it's stuff that it's a good jumping off point. And they are somewhat well-researched. I think I've only watched like one Mr. Beat video ever. Crowd is in the German food? No, I was in the YouTuber. He's got a rotund parrot as his logo. Well, I am. So first off, I want to go back a little bit. You shouldn't be letting me play E4. Just in general, letting me play E4 is bad. Because if I play E4, then your light squared bishop is just terrible for the rest of the game, and I don't really have any negative consequences of it. So, oftentimes you could play E4, which might be a decent move here, as white. But, so bishop a3, develop the bishop if you like, then rook e8, and then maybe now e4. Maybe trade. This might be a move. Can't decide if it's a move right now yet or not. I haven't fully calculated. It's kind of difficult. But usually you want to prevent me from playing e4. Because it makes your position harder. This position seems familiar. Yeah, we've gotten this sort of thing all the time, Ronnie. Now this one's a little different because the bishop hasn't developed yet and the pawn's on b3. Which is typically slightly different than what you and me normally get, but... And queen e7 was incorrect. I should have gone a5 because I need to get my knight in, right? Because that's how I win. And then e3. And then this is another reason you don't want to keep me from playing e4. Because oftentimes I have e3. And now you're faced with a very uncomfortable decision of what to do with your f-pawn. If you take, it's very bad for you. These are long-term weaknesses. You're not going to defend them. If you push once, that closes off your bishop. Doesn't make any sense. I play f4. If you push twice, which looks the most logical, I still go knight g4. Now you have to deal with the knight in f2. Very uncomfortable. Bishop f4 is not as good in this line, I don't think. You're supposed to play d5 first, and then go for the other stuff, but this is fine. The opening was by and large fine. I just missed my chance for an advantage. It was not a winning position, but it was an advantage multiple times, like here. Again, you let me have my e-pawn push. This e-pawn push is, like, super critical stuff. Yes. I haven't read all of his works. I haven't read any of his works, but I've read about his works. His takes on a bunch of stuff is legendary. His takes on, like, a ridiculous amount of stuff is legendary. Just because, like, it's so influential in the scientific sphere, in the theological sphere, in the metaphysical sphere. Legendary. Legendary. $3.95. Now, I have a slight advantage, but I should have played it with the bishop pair. Taken and played with the bishop pair. The way I did things was incorrect. I just created myself a bevy of weaknesses. Wait, this is good. Oh. I see. Yeah, this is kind of a problem for you. Uh-huh. That's crazy. Rook b8, king f7. And then you go queen c3. And you hold on by being active enough that my entire piece advantage isn't enough. Well, it depends on the saint. Saint. It depends on the saint. We don't respect them as saints. But, like, it doesn't mean they didn't do anything. It's not quite how that works. You know? Sainthood is just a little much. If you ask a Protestant. But, like, a lot of the saints were very influential and very important people. But it's just, we don't believe in sainthood as kind of an idea. If that makes sense. They're just influential people. I don't know. I don't know most of the saints. That's the problem. Like, I forgot that Augustine was a saint, if I'm being honest. Because I don't know the saints. Because it's not something I was, like, taught a bunch. Augustine I was taught was a saint. But just as, like, a name. I didn't really understand what it meant. Because, again, it didn't really mean anything. Depends on the tournament position, but 99 times out of 100, I pick the risky move. I don't want to play for draws, I want to win. running. Yeah, so you do checkmate me because my pieces are too passive. But funny story. First off, you blundered a bishop, which I could have taken. And then you blundered mate. What a goofy game of chess. That was just a time scramble at the end. There was very little real chess happening there from either one of us. But yeah, I'm still kind of working out the nuances of these Dutch positions because I'm still relatively new to the Dutch as an opening. I'm enjoying it, but is Neophyte still here? I don't think so. So I'm next. It's Micah's turn. I think they're here. Exactly, yes. Definitely. Yeah, you commented well, the cheese mines. Honestly, though, we have our priorities in the right place once again. The cheese mines are where it's at. It being the 1.2 billion tons of cheese. I am going to keep that one in my back pocket. That's such a crazy thing. What do you hate when playing against the Dutch? Against the Dutch? Or playing the Dutch? No, we're playing the Dutch. I can't read. I'm not telling you. I'll help you understand the positions, but I'm not telling you exactly what I don't like. Like, that's a little much. Knight f6, queen e2, bishop e7, d4. Sorry. You're not forgiven. Ban him. I don't know who I'm telling to ban you, but somebody might pick up the message. Mods, crush his skull. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. So far so rational, just chess. Uh-huh, yeah, sure. No, absolutely. Totally. The problem is you don't really have an advantage as white anymore, because this move, while it looks logical, you're like, okay, I'm giving a check, and I'm bringing out the queen, you lock in your own bishop. Which kind of stinks. Because how are you going to develop it now? If you spend time developing it, then you're going to end up being passive. This move has a similar problem. I'm black? Oh, I can't read. Oh yeah, I should have known. German. Right. Ignore me. Ignore me. Okay, in my defense, I saw Bobby Fischer, and I was like, oh, okay. He's not Bobby Fischer, he's German. And I didn't even look at the flags. Which is the stupidest thing of all time, because, like, everyone's going to name themselves Bobby Fischer. Like, it's not an America-specific thing, but that's just, you know, I'm only half European. I still got that little American isolationism still in my heart, you know? Trying to weed it out, but it's not gone. Is it just D5? Well, it depends on the Dutch. There's 3 Dutches. There's the Leningrad, the Stonewall, and the Classical. Each one has a different kind of theory. Bishop d2. It's like saying what's the most solid line against the Sicilian. It's like, okay. And when you play the Leningrad, what about it? Okay, well, so far so good. I like it. All good stuff. Yeah, because you're playing excellent. Kill him! Yeah, let's go. I hate the Classical so much. Why? Queen d3. Bishop takes. I like it. Let's take a rook. E1. Just take the rook. Your opponent gives you free stuff, you take it. Oh! Spoilers. Clean. Ooh, d4 is a nice move too. Misplacing the knight. The knight has nowhere to go. Rook e8 I like. This was also a move to consider. I don't know if it's good right now, but this can't be that bad. Yep. Yeah, I feel that gone. This also can't be bad. It's a good diagonal for the bishop. Tempo on the queen. The bishop's a little passive on e7, so rook e8, while not a bad move, I'd be anxious to develop. But okay. Totally fine move. Totally respectable. Okay, he chooses trade queens. Oh. That's fancy. It's very fancy. I would have just played this. But you're already losing a piece, I guess. Well, maybe this. Hello, Red. Genius, Mo. There's only one problem. You're never going to beat me. That was a free maniacal laugh. There you go. I'm so generous. Such a magnanimous guy. Okay, just take all the pawns. Just push them and checkmate. Ooh, that's a nice mate. I think that's called the dovetail. That one's called the dovetail, right? Just went back under 2K. Ugh. I lost elo when I started the stream as well. Now, I only lost like 9 elo because I got lucky on one of the games, but you know. Stinks. We can make you clap 1,000 times. I don't think so, but I'm not going to tell him that. It'll be funnier to see him try and then get frustrated. Right? I mean, come on. It's like that video, you know? The one where it's like, you can't grow concrete. Well, sure you can. And then the guy just stops talking. He just stares at them. And the interviewer, the person who said, sure you can, just slowly, like, you could see him, like, disintegrating. Where'd you learn that maniacal laugh? I have no idea. Who's next? What a nice game. Is Bobby still here? What a nice game. Just clean. Again, your opponent played kind of passively. You have a nice early advantage. If I'm white, I'm crying. No, real talk, I don't even know what I play here. Yeah, the pawn's so weak. I think some bishop move, but that kind of makes it difficult to justify why the bishop was on d2 to begin with, so you can defend this with pawn. Then rook e8, it's kind of annoying. And I feel like I'm asking for trouble. Yeah, such a difficult position for white. Black's just better. And then as soon as he blundered, we kill him. That's what we want to see. Immediate death. I've said before, least hot take of all time, totalitarian regimes. Not Italian, totalitarian regimes. Not great. However, in chess, they look at you the wrong way, off with their head. This move deserves death. Off with his head. Antians was here. I don't think he's still here, though. Hey, it's your turn, Ronnie. So, I don't think I'm actually going to play against you. Oh, I have black. Fun. Gotta go, so good night. Good night, Micah. Appreciate you stopping by. What am I going to play here? I feel like I should have a plan. Play the Anglo-Indian. No idea what the Anglo-Indian is or what it means, because I'm not a... Let's play the Pyrenees Gambit. Let me cook. Let me cook. This beat on 8 Mile is weird. Let's see. This Gambit is almost certainly not good, but almost certainly and certainly are two different things. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm saying. So first off, let's just revoke his castling rights. He doesn't need those. Now, what's my next move? What's my plan? How am I going to take advantage of this? Basically, I'm deciding between e5 and d5. e5 looks more rational. d5 is a little safer. We didn't play a gambit to play safe. We've got to play energetically if we want to show compensation for the pawn. Right? Because basically we've given a pawn, and in return, he can't castle. Which means he's going to have to spend one, two, three, four, five, four, basically 4 moves castling by hand. So the question is, can we get 4 moves worth of value out before he manages to fix his position? If yes, we're chilling. If no, then I'm about to look real silly. You know? So I thought I could take with pawn here. Maybe I'm being too fancy for my own good, but my logic was I could take with pawn and then like play knight e4. Maybe that's a bit speculative, but it didn't look obvious to me. Man, it's so close to something in this position. But almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Let's play actively. This might be a terrible move. I have not calculated the ramifications. The idea is after takes, I feel like the king being weak is actually quite important. Now the big question is the bishop-knight dynamic good for me? Let's actually not trade queens. And also defend this pawn. And also prevent this pin. Again, he's like 3 moves from making his position totally fine. We've castled. Knight goes here. With tempo on the queen. And we're going to start pushing the pawns. I want him to feel the pressure. This might be a terrible move. But I'm not sure how you punish me for it yet. This position feels dubious for some reason. Like it feels wrong. This might be stupid. I feel like I say that every move I play. I feel like every move I play, I say this might be stupid. Which, I mean, that's for good reason. Most of the times when I play a move, it might be terrible. Because I usually play some pretty speculative stuff. Which can either be considered a strength or a weakness, depending on your perspective. I thought that was terrible for you. Maybe I was wrong, but this looked real bad. Like, you don't have passers anymore. Maybe that doesn't matter? Feels like it matters. Let's prevent this, because that would be very annoying. Gonna go now, have a good stream? Thank you, Mo. Appreciate it. We'll see how this works, but I've got some threats. I want to start pushing my pawns, but I can't, because the queen just goes here and I'm blocked. So, I want to be able to move this knight to either d5 or a4 after I push, depending on what they do. So, the threat is d3 followed by either knight d5 or knight a4, depending on what they let me get away with. Additionally, this move, like I said, prevents bishop c7. It keeps an eye on this rook, which prevents some tactical stuff down the line. It guards this pawn. I mean, the pawn was already guarded, but it's still good. This feels real suspicious. Hello, Jirtak. This feels real suspicious. I don't trust this for black. Maybe I should. Maybe I'm missing something. But like here, I was planning on playing rook d8. Not c, rook d8. I'm like, okay. Where are you going? My pawn's rolling. And remember, that's my win condition. If you let my pawn roll, then his head will roll. You know what I'm saying? I mean, something like this, planning to go to f6 or over defend f6 is also possible, but this just looks much better. My king is pretty weak. Luckily, though, I don't think he can do anything about it. Yeah, so the queue's pretty short, Jirtak. And by short, I mean you're the only one in it. So, you'll be able to get your game pretty darn quick. I'm very unsure about this position. And the more I look at it, the less I feel like I understand it. Yeah. Because, like, queen g4 now, right? And do I just play rook d7? I don't see a better move. If f6, I play g6, which might be terrible for me, but my guess, my, like, wager, effectively, in this position, is that this pawn is better than this pawn. In an endgame, it absolutely is, but I'm not guaranteed to get into an endgame. That being said, I am a split second away. I'm a hair away from sacking this knight. I am, like, this close to sacking the knight. I'm not sure if I played d2 before or after I sack the knight, but I really want to sack the knight. I think I played d2 first, because d2 comes with some threats, and so he has to move the rook. Guess he can go rook. No, he can't, because I am push again. He would have to go rook here. Which that might not be a bad move either, to be fair. Yeah, because that also over defends the c3 square. Huh, so maybe I do sack the knight before I move the pawn. There's so many tactics that are almost real. Huh. That's a creative solution. I don't think it prevents anything I was going for, though. Maybe he's trying to force a queen trade? But wouldn't that benefit me? Wouldn't a queen trade benefit me? So like here, 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 here. If queen trade takes, then I can take his bishop, so that's good for me. Maybe I can just play c3 right now. Because he can't take, right? If he take, he has to take with pawn if he's going to take. And then I can play c2. And death? And taking on c3 doesn't work either. Yeah. Because again, you take with rook, I promote. You take with queen, I take. Then you take with whatever. Then suddenly this is a pin. This is an insane position. To be fair, to be honest, I was also calculating this. But I think playing c3 immediately is better. Just sack the knight. What's he supposed to do? Again, you take the knight, I play c2. Connected passages are such a force of nature. An absolute force of nature. Stopping one is hard, stopping both often is impossible. And he's getting really low on time trying to figure it out for that reason. The more I look at my position, the more I think I'm winning. I think he missed c3. Okay, well, I mean, you have to try. My intention is to take and then go back to g8. Or do I take with rook? I'm not sure. Takes with rook looks safer, but my pawns might not also hold in that case. And if my pawns don't hold, then what am I even doing all this for? Immediate check. That is the entire point for me. And it's actually mate. Nice. Why is it a generic theme? What the heck was that, Ronnie? Did you have any idea what was going on that entire game? Because I absolutely did not. Why is the theme generic now? It's ugly. It's too contrasty. My eyes hurt. Out of theory? Forget theory! We were both sacrificing pieces! What do you mean, theory? Okay, this I've never seen in my life. I didn't know what it was called. I'd never heard of it. I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to play something goofy. And I played something goofy. Want to be tall? You say wannabe, I won. What do you mean, wannabe? Okay, it's only +1 here. That's actually not that bad. I thought it was worse. This is only +1. This is totally playable. Man, I play openings with worse than +1 as my main lines. This is fine. Bishop A6 evidently was terrible. Okay, this is worse. This is +2. But D5 evidently is bad. Huh. Did it just want you to do this? Just develop? It's probably what it wants. Maybe like a knight move. It actually wants you to take. Wow. Take and play F4. That's the computer's recommendation. That's cold-blooded. Takes F4 is cold-blooded. To be sure that I don't have anything is crazy. E5 is just like, bet. Cold-blooded. Okay. I don't know, king was too exposed. That's what I was thinking too. That's why I kind of was like egging you on, because I didn't think it worked. Okay, now here's when I think you messed up. I don't think you should have taken. Did you miss pawn takes, or did you just think it was fine for you? After knight takes. I thought this was good. Although I had knight g4. Yeah, it's not clear. Yeah, but did you see it, or did you just think it was fine? D6 evidently is bad. Queen A5. I almost played Queen A5, but I didn't. I wasn't sure. Oh yeah, Queen A5 looks better in hindsight. This position's like not even +1. It's not triple zeros, but it's pretty darn close. For such a crazy opening. But I mean, this is an insane position. Thought you'd take with bishop? Yeah, that makes sense. No, takes with pawn was my whole point. To weaken, you know, these light squares. This is a completely unhinged position. So check, knight d7 was best. I don't want a queen trade, I'm down material. Plus, the knight's actually better on d7 than it is on f6. You're just going to play f3, and my knight's never going to take. So, I want to rotate it this way and start pushing. Maybe. I have no idea. Okay, let's see. This is crazy. g3. Okay, g3 is evidently not best. Castles, sure. Bishop f4. Knight b6. f5. I almost played f5. I thought f5 and I was like, no, he could play e5 and then it's bad. The computer's saying knight takes. Oh, the rook and bishop. I missed that completely. I missed that completely. Okay, so I should have played f5. f5's cool. It's the exact same idea I had, but just more accurate because it's a move earlier. I save a tempo. And by saving the tempo, I get to take with queen and attack your rook and prevent you from going king g2, which is super huge. That's a big deal. No, yeah. Yeah, this is way better than what I did. I missed that f5 worked immediately, so I went knight here, and then I went c4 first, which I should have gone f5 first. Same reason. After takes, just takes here, and this is absolutely amazing for me, completely winning. So, even after push, this is still amazing for me. You have to play king g1 entombing your own rook. I play queen b3 here? Yeah, but then I push my c-pawn. I play c4. I play c4 attacking your queen. That's what's so beautiful. f5, you're saying queen b3? No line you were showing? Which line? Here going f5? I'm confused. Oh, you want to play queen f3. But now I could just take. This isn't a threat. Is it a threat? No, why play c4? It's not a threat. One of us has a better passer. I think it's me. I don't know. Queen c2, c4. c4 is bad. I should have played f5 first. A5 was inaccurate. Okay. Rook e8 was inaccurate. Again, f5 is just the critical move. I found it way too late. Way too late. And then taking I was also shocked by. I was legitimately shocked by takes. I was 100% expecting f3, and I was calculating g5, and I thought this is what we were going to play. And then I was thinking, like, bishop d2, and I was trying to justify some, like, f4 push, but I couldn't get it to work. So I was still calculating. I forgot queen takes d5 check. Ah, fair enough. I 100% expected f3. And after f3, this is what I was trying to calculate, but I was not sure what the result of this position was. Looked completely insane. Honestly, I thought I was worse because I felt like your passers were better since you could always push it past my f-pawn. As soon as you took, I was like, oh, I'm better. Which I'm not sure if that's true, but yeah, it's triple zeros. I felt I was better here because I'm like, okay, now he doesn't have a passer anymore and I have a passer, so he's going to have to deal with that for the rest of the game. Check. Queen c6. Queen c6 is pretty like barbaric. Knight d7. What's knight d? Just knight. What? Why? Where's the knight going? I don't understand this at all. Maybe it's just to prevent bishop e5 or rook e5. It's probably just to prevent something from landing on the e5 square, just because of how strong that is. That's crazy. That's a computer move. Shish. It's also just saying d3, d3, queen c3, still knight d7. It's knight d7 move, knight d7, knight f6. Knight d7, knight f6, and I go this way. It takes longer, but it's a lot more secure. That makes sense. Finally hit 1600. Hey, congrats! Yeah, I reroute this way, and this knight is amazing on this square. It does everything. Holds the entire position together. Got it, got it. Okay. Well, I didn't play that. I played queen c6. You went bishop e5. Bishop e5 is a good move. I completely missed bishop e5. Hey, we'll take that. Then I went d3, queen c3, knight c4. This is triple zeros. This is a perfect example of the difference between computer chess and human chess. This position is triple zeros. How on earth? Oh, well, we'll take that gone. How on earth are you even supposed to calculate this as a human being? Queen d4, rook a d8. I couldn't decide if I was winning or losing. We're perfectly playing by both sides, that's why it's equal. Yeah, that's definitely why. Queen g4, rook d7. Ah, it was rook e7. I couldn't decide which rook. I was like, okay, it can't be this one because then he has like bishop moves. I was terrified of some bishop move with the discovered attack on my rook. Evidently none of it works, but I was terrified. So I played rook e7, but evidently that's way worse. Because of bishop d4? Oh. Aha. Brutal. Okay, so rook d7 is inaccurate because you have this. I have to play rook e2. No, rook e2. I have to play rook e2. And give up my pawn. Wow. b3 was smelly. Okay, do you know what my plan was? Do you know what my plan was? I don't know if you were stream sniping. Or not stream sniping. I don't know if you were, like, here while I was. But you know what my plan was? Let's say you waste a move. You play h3. You know what my plan was? My plan was this. I don't know if it's good or not, but that's absolutely what I was going to do. I almost pre-moved this move. I was 100% about to take this pawn. I was 1,000,000,000% about to sack my knight. I wanted to so bad. And I was like, there's no way this works. There's no way he can hold on. And turns out, evidently, you, like, just barely survive. I actually was considering c3 first, but rook e8. You have rook e8, so I have to do this. My intention was absolutely to sack my knight. And evidently it's triple zeros. Now, turns out I have better. I'm actually d2 first. I couldn't decide if I wanted to play d2 then sack, or if I want to sack and then play d2. What I determined was I wanted to play d2 first, because I figured that after rook e3, if I went knight takes b2, then after bishop takes b2, I don't have c3 anymore. That was my logic. I was like, oh, I don't have c3. But it turns out it takes, and then c3, so I was completely wrong. Is that live captions? Yes. They're not 100% accurate, but they're decent. No, my stream... It's so cool, though. Thank you. No, my stream's got some nice tech upgrades on the back end. I completely rebuilt the way my stream works on the back end, and while it looks the same coming out, it's a lot more stable and modular and easy for me to fix. As a blind man, thank you. You're welcome. Have you tried to say crazy words? Yes. I mean, for example, it does pretty poorly on chess moves. So, like, knight b7. Oh, it did really well that time. Normally it does terrible. Names, like lung disease? Yeah. Pneumonal ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. See? It does also pretty terrible with names. Like if I say Sveshnikov, it gives me that. Which isn't terrible, but... Jeffrey? It's based. It's based. Jeffery. Nope. Jeff-er-e. No, it doesn't want to. It really doesn't want to. Jeffrey. It's like revolting. It's objecting to my existence. Anyway, but b3 was just bad. b3 was beautiful for me because you let me have my knight sack without me having to sack my knight. I'm pretty happy about that. Again, I was planning on, to get rid of this pawn on b2, I was going to give up a full piece. And you just gave it to me for free. And so I'm like, hey, okay. Well, this isn't correct. Wait, did I play d2 first? Oh yeah, I did play d2 first. Right, because you have to play d2 first, because that's the point. And then c3. And you can't take the knight. You took, which... Because there's no good way of taking the knight. No matter how you take the knight, you lose something. You take this way, boom. You get hit with either c1 equals queen or d1 equals queen, and you don't have enough tempo to kill me. You take with rook, I queen immediately and it's mate, which is what happened in the game. Move later, but same idea. And if you take with queen, same thing. Current elo 2167 rapid, 2166 bliss, 2175 bullet. Hey, that's huge. Also news. I beat an NM in rapid, not really by being good, and I beat a GM in bullet at 90% accuracy. Oh, we take those 100% of the time. 90% accuracy, but we take those 100%. %190%, exactly. F6, G6. I was 100% expecting this. And I was split between how to take. I think I would have taken with king. Because I was worried that after this you have something like rook d3 and I'm somehow not winning. Which is idiotic because I can just do this, but I didn't see that at the time. What's the accuracy of this game? I'll check in a second. So I played king takes f7. I would have played king takes f7, but you took with immediately and then it's mate. What a crazy game. The accuracy was 72.0 for you. And 84.7 for me. I've officially beaten every title. Oh, that's sick. This game was never going to have a high accuracy. I came up with a goofy gambit that can't work for fun. I've never beaten a title player. I've beaten a FM in Classical, a WIM, WFM, I can't remember. It's either WIM or WFM in Rapid. And I think I technically have a win on my account against a GM on chess.com, but that doesn't count. I didn't like actually play him. There was like some reason it didn't count. Anyway. Zhutak. What's your chess.com name? I don't remember. Chess.com name. See, if I start to mumble and slur my words together like I tend to do when I'm not paying attention, the captions get confused. Well, it's a good way to remind me to enunciate. Last Rapid I played today and I can't wait to get yelled at. Let's go. Zhutak. Okay, same difference. Okay. Oh, you sent me a challenge. Perfect. Don't worry, I'm in no position to do any yelling today. I played absolutely horrific chess. Absolutely horrendous. 2 win, 2 draw, 3 loss. Oh, what's the refutation of this? Give me a second. Because, like, I play knight c3 and I transpose into a Grunfeld, but there's, like, something weird here where I can avoid transposing into a normal Grunfeld. What is it? I think it was knight d2. This might be stupid. I think it was knight d2. Knight c3? No, knight c3 transposes. After knight c3, knight takes d5, e4, knight takes c3, pawn takes c3. We are now in a... And then, like, you know, c5. We're now in a mainline Grunfeld. I'm trying to avoid a mainline Grunfeld. And so, I think this was the way you're supposed to do it. Wait, you don't play the Fianchetto Grunfeld, do you? I don't have theory against the Grunfeld because it happens so infrequently. Because again, they have to be playing this exact line. This is the only way to get a Grunfeld against me, is to go for a Neo Grunfeld. If you take, I play e4. And so it's very infrequent that I get Grunfelds, so I don't really have theory against it. Greenfield. See, I told you. It struggles with names. And you know the best part of it, Jeffrey? It's running completely locally on my machine. Completely local. This is not a cloud thing. I could unplug the internet and it would still work. It's the best part. See, I'd love to play this, but I feel like he just goes here and then now that's a long-term liability. Okay, I'll play the natural move. 94% of my midterm for... What is MIS? Should I know what that is? Management Information Systems Technology. Okay, sure. So there was no way I should know what that is. Nice. I feel better. I feel better. Not bad. See? I slur my words because I start talking really fast and do the southern thing where I start skipping consonants. And it ends up getting the wrong idea. A minus is like 92. We'll take it. 94 is excellent. Meanwhile, I'm barely passing all of my classes. However, that's a huge success for me since they're all in Macedonian. You're in Europe, it's different. Well, that too. But also, they're all in Macedonian, which is not my first language. And also, not a language I'm 100% fluent in. I'm right on the edge of fluent. And that's the language I'm doing school in, so. Somehow, I haven't failed yet. Yeah, it depends on the school, Toaster. I am in purely all C's get degrees mode. How do I say I love you, Gongonstam? It'll be... So. Technically, it'll be te lubom. No. Oh, sorry. But, that's formal and a bit grandiose. So the normal way you would say it is te sakam. Macedonian is a language with relatively few words. And that has some interesting consequences for the way the language is structured. Because it means a lot of things that I would consider very separate in English share a word in Macedonian. How did knight get to b3? Whoop, whoop. This guy wants to play e5. Should I let him? Don't really want him. You know what? Why should I? Why did I get to b3? Because it was a Neo Grunfeld, so I was playing a weird non-standard line. If you want to play e5 so badly, you're going to have to be very intentional about it. Knight e5 might be stupid, but I think it's pretty cool. It's a very goofy position, Toaster. The amount of mental resolve it takes for me not to call you Lib every time I see your name. Because it's so easy. It's right there. It rolls off the tongue. I just... Sheer will. Don't give me that face. Jump. So my intention was this. It's an even worse face. And I'm going to play like f4 at some point. And say, which is a little mean, but I don't care. Because I'm the only one with central pawns that matter. This is not a central pawn yet. They're doubled, but to be fair, they also control a lot of central squares that the knight wants to be on. So philosophically, I have some justification for the pieces being how they are. Exactly how much is unclear. Need to get my king out of the center. That's like my one thing I'm not thrilled about in my position. Philosophically. When did philosophy enter chess? Philosophy's been a part of chess since the start. I'm very spiritual in my approach to chess. I'm like, that move can't be good on a spiritual level. Whether the physical reality matches my vibes is a whole nother matter. Get that bishop out of here. Bishop. Bishop. It's intuition. Oh, kill him, Jeffrey. Kill him till he's dead. It's intuition, but it's a little stronger than that because it's intuition based on the rules of chess, as in the like rules of positional chess. So it's like intuition, but I would say it bears a bit more weight than intuition. You know? Oh, I can't castle. He's queen d4. Couldn't that still lie within intuition territory? I mean, kind of. But I don't want it to. It's a different thing, okay? Gosh. I can't believe I threw it at the end. Aww. That's so sad. I didn't want to draw. You pushed too hard for the win. And so you lost. A tale as old as time. We're proud of you nevertheless. Exactly. Exactly. Precisely. Indubitably. Get out, please. How do I politely ask this knight to leave? Ah. I'm in a troubling position. It might be best to just sack it at this point. No, we're going to look at Jeff's game. Don't worry. Give me a second. Is the knight trapped? It'd be looking kind of trapped. It low-key is trapped, but it's super hard to prove it. Wherever you want to send Jeffrey, it's your game. The knight's like very close to trapped, but I don't see a way to like concretely trap it. Oh wait, never mind. I think I do. No, wait, I see it. I found it. Wait, do I? Why isn't it trapped? Because he can go queen d4 if I don't trade queens, and if I do trade queens, he can go b6. And both are quite uncomfortable. Not sure how that saves it. Because it defends the knight and it prevents me from castling, so I can't build up any pressure. And if I try to with rook b1, and if I ever take the knight, he can also take my knight. Rook takes? Rook takes what? Knight? But I can't, I'm a tempo short. And plus I can't castle, my king is in the center. Yeah, but my problem is the king is going to be in the center, he's going to have a queen, a bishop, and a knight, and a rook all surrounding it. That's... I have to spend 3 tempi trying to win a piece. That's asking to die. That being said, I can probably just chicken out. I probably have a coward response. I can just play bishop takes, and then queen check, and then take the knight. I'm a coward, I think I'll do that. You can castle like a true man? Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Check. And now after I take, I'm holding this diagonal, which is where the king will be. If he doesn't do that. And this also prevents queen d4, which is what I didn't want to allow. After b6, my knight has escapes. Yeah. This is a little bit of a cowardly solution, but I haven't lost any material, and I'm playing a knight versus a bishop position where I believe my knight is a very good piece. This is also fine. He doesn't have any follow-up. Just go rook d8. I'll do 2 rooks for the queen. You know what? Sure. 2 rooks for the queen. Let's go. Now my biggest problem is time. I think positionally I'm doing okay. I actually prefer my position. Especially since I think this was bad. I immediately fork a bishop and rook. And even if he does, like, moves the bishop, I get in here, it's very bad. Very, very bad. So we're chilling. What a weird position. Hey, if you say so. Don't know what to tell you, Jeff. Sometimes it's just that easy. Can you review it after? Maybe. Give me a second. Let me just focus on winning this game, then I'll think about what I'm doing next. I'm a wee bit of a one-track mind, so just give me a second for my brain to catch up. This is why the queen is so strong in these positions. She just holds everything together. Move late and $1 short. Thank you. Good game. Thank you, thank you. I think it was a terrible game, but let's find out. GG's for real though. Jokes aside. What a weird game. Okay. Okay, that's not correct. What is the correct move? Don't tell me it's knight c3. What's the correct move in this position? Do we know? It's queen a4. Well, that's psychotic. Okay, what's the point? Bishop d7? That's my point. That's why I don't understand. Oh, queen b3. Oh. Queen b3. I hold the pawn. And then I play knight c3, e4, and I just have a pawn. So bishop d7 doesn't work. Evidently, the best move is c6. And then after it takes, knight takes, it's a pawn sack. Do we know this position, or did this just happen? Like, do you know this position, Zerkta? Zertok? Give a number between 1 and 45. 38. No? Okay, cool. Because I don't either. Aesthetically, I like it for white, but I have no idea. Okay, moving on. So I played knight bd2 with the intention of just holding the entire center for the entire game. FD? What do you mean FD? Queen a4 check. If bishop d7, then we just go queen b3. Unless you're saying in this line, after the pawn sack. Because here it's white to move. And I would say knight c3, and then bishop f5 looks most logical. And then like e3, a6. I feel like I'm just up a pawn. Maybe there's some compensation I don't know of, but I feel like I'm just up a pawn. But bishop d7 immediately is not a good move. And it makes sense. I can see why it's not a good move now. Here, bishop d7, because I have queen b3, and I tempo the pawn, and I guard my pawn, so you can't take anymore. And because the bishop guards the path of the queen, and I'm attacking the weak b7 square. It's giving the best moves like c5, which is also psycho chess. But okay. I played knight bd2. After knight takes d5, e4, knight b6, and I just decided, okay, I'm going to hold the entire center. This is like a Grunfeld, but bad. Because you don't have c5. That was my logic. I don't know if I was correct or not, but... Now I have bishop f4, which is very optimistic. Bishop f4 is very optimistic. It's basically me saying, okay, I can afford to wait to castle. This center is amazing, which is probably wrong. This I did not understand. Why didn't you just play bishop g4? I was going to play bishop e2, but then you get e5. Scared of rook c1? Ah, that makes sense. I was thinking rook c1, actually. I was trying to calculate rook c1, but I didn't see anything after just knight c6. Honestly, even pawn to c6 is what I was thinking. But I couldn't see what my follow-up was. Just this. Maybe there is something, but I didn't see it. Knight c6, d5? Okay, well, knight c6, evident... Well, first off, I'm opening up your bishop, so that can't be good. Second off, evidently... d5 hangs b2. Well, yeah, that's number one. Number two, you get your magic square. And you get this. In the night starting. So, it's very complex. Very complex. But I played very optimistically. Knight e5. Okay, this move, I was cooking a little too hard. Queen c2 is an infinitely better move. I just didn't want to let you have e5. I just felt like, ugh. Ugh. If he gets e5, then suddenly I might not be better. Evidently, I have bishop g5, and f6 is bad because of bishop e3, which makes sense. So you have to play bishop f6. At which point I take, queen takes, and then I take on c7. So. I am a chef. So I was cooking a little too hard with knight e5. Knight e5 is basically saying, okay, you can't play e5 if I play it first. I was almost played pawn to e5, but the reason I didn't is because I felt like you just had this, and this square is forever terrible. Evidently it's not, but... Or even this, that might even be even better. c6, knight e6, that's probably even better. The point being, I didn't like that, so I went knight e5. Which takes. It's very close to even, but you're slightly preferred. Which makes sense. Because, man, I have spent way too much time not castling. Okay, so why didn't you play bishop e6? Because here I can't play this because of queen d4, right? And queen d4 looks very problematic. And I guess I'm... never mind, I can take. You get my a-pawn, though. Crazy. I have no idea how to evaluate that. Okay. So I went bishop d7, I went knight c5, bishop c6, bishop c2, knight c4. Bishop b3 is a blunder. I should have played e6. I so close to playing e6. Flip the board? Sure. E6. Oh, wait. Yeah, I should have played e6. Yeah, and so... Now, what if, like, f5? Then knight d7. Oh! Oh! E6 for knight d7. That makes so much sense. Because e6 takes is obviously... E6 takes, obviously bad. Right? I take with knight, and I'm better. But, it's not as obvious if you push. But if you push, I get knight d7. And I basically say, okay. You can have a pawn, but your king's a little open. It's actually in this position saying I should play queen d2 to prevent knight e3. Because your king isn't as open in that line, so I'd rather keep the bishop. Which is crazy. Psycho stuff. So I went bishop b3 to sack the pawn. Which evidently taking the pawn wasn't even good. You should have taken this pawn. Why you should have taken that pawn, I don't understand. I mean, I guess it's just a pawn. Meanwhile, this one you're actually getting your knight kind of trapped. Gave queen d2 is the best move. I mean, that's a way of dealing with queen d4. Yeah, it defends f7, you're right. It defends f7. Plus it's just a pawn, I suppose. Queen c2 line, he has a fork. I told you queen c2 wasn't good. Queen c2, queen d4. What did I tell you? This is not good. Because I can't move my king. I have to play king e2. Which I played king e2 in the game, but I think it was different. You have captions? I absolutely do. I absolutely do. My stream has gone through a tech upgrade. So while on the front end, a lot of it's very similar. On the back end, it's a lot easier for me to update. So while we're missing some features for right now, we're missing a few features. Moving forward, those features will be much easier to implement. Where one? Yeah, it's bad. Okay, so I went bishop takes f7, king takes f7, queen b3. Which evidently, this isn't that terrible. What is missing? A bunch of commands, for one. My webcam doesn't have a border, for two. Those are the biggest ones. I'm considering implementing text-to-speech. My issue is that I don't have... I would have to like read out all the messages myself first because, you know, Twitch terms of service is very clear that you're responsible for all the messages on your channel, whether or not there's something you said. And so it makes me kind of uncomfortable if they're not manually reviewed by a human, because it's so easy to trick an AI into saying evil stuff, which I did as an experiment with text-to-speech on my local computer just to see how it would work, and not fun. Queen b2. And then you played b6. I escaped with the knight. Queen d3. Queen d3, king f2. I am +1. Supposedly it was queen d7. Just pile up on the pawn. I mean, sure, right? Queen d4, queen e7. Castles, and now you play rook ed. Crazy. And this is triple zeros. But after queen e3... Yeah, but... I don't know how that's possible, Toaster. And so I don't like doing things I don't understand. So I don't understand how it's possible that they don't have trollers. And so because of that, it makes me uncomfortable implementing it. You can block words. Well, yeah, but it's super easy to get around those. So it's just an arms race of finding unique ways to spell slurs. Queen d3 looks more active? It does. But after king f2, my rook is active. And this is terrible, evidently. You have to play like queen a6. But even this looks really good for me. I've got some active pieces, and this bishop is doing nothing. DTS can't even say. Well, yeah, but like, I'm moderating for a stream with 100 bits per TTS. Yeah, no, that's a thing. Rare issues. I believe it. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I don't trust it. Misplayed that? Yeah, the queen takes d8. Queen takes d1 was not good. It was bait. Plus, another thing that I'm kind of trying to do is run as much of the stuff on local hardware as possible. So like I said, the captions are run on local hardware. My Twitch bot is run on local hardware. My Restream application that I use to stream to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time is run on local hardware. With 100 bits, they'd be willing to spend money to make on a bad joke. 99% aren't willing. I suppose. I mean, yeah, I that's the other part. Is I didn't really want to put it behind a paywall. I wanted to do it as like a channel point thing. But I guess putting it behind the paywall is the only way to it makes sense, because you're right. Most people who do the trolling don't want to spend money. But yeah, if I put it behind a lot of channel points, then it's the same principle, right? Where you have to be here for a while before you can try anything dumb. I'll consider it. Might be a good idea. Look at that. Endgame play. Endgame play. One move shy. You get mated right as soon as you make your queen. That's pretty. I love chess. Who needs text-to-speech when you can make Blobby himself say stupid things like jalopy, pepperoni, or scrumptious? That's an excellent point. The closest thing I did experience once was a streamer had an open VC. Oh, that's a terrible idea. That's asking for trouble. While playing a community game 5 years ago, and someone came in and said TOS stuff. They deleted the VOD, made private VC thing, and it was the end of that. Yeah, no. Open VC is a horrible idea. There's the funny meme of, oh, you're live on Twitch? Just slurs. You know, the TF2 one. And the TF2 voice chat. Okay, see ya. Interesting game. Oh, poor guy. Why do you fear open VC? Do you fear the knights who say ni? Yes. Yes, I do. Want to see both? Yeah, sure. How to get past 95 ELO rapid. I would say learn how the horsey moves. Breathe? No. Boom 100? Exactly. I hope you saw Monty Python and Holy Grail and got that reference. Of course I did. Which is why it was so funny, because of course I don't fear the knights who say ni. I fear the knights who formerly said ni. I mean 950. Oh, that makes way more sense. I would say learning the basic principles of development and brushing up on some tactics will get you there. 9,500? Gotcha. Yeah, no, that'll... Yeah, okay. That one, I would say download 4 copies of Stockfish and, like, run them all at the same time. Because Stockfish is only 3,200 nowadays, right? Oh, then you would only need 3 copies of Stockfish. E6, knight c3, knight f6, knight c6 d5, ex d5. Stockfish is like 3750. Oh, well, I'm way out of date. In that case, you only need 3 copies. So 3 copies of Stockfish, run them at the same time. Boom. Easy 1,000 ELO. Easy 10,000, sorry. Bishop e7. Okay, so far so good. Okay. What's this opening in? Just, okay, Queen's Gambit declined. Exchange line, sure. I play this sort of thing with white fairly often. Although I usually try to include Queen c2 earlier on to prevent Bishop f5, so I can do this earlier. But that's just the line I prefer to play. It does kind of waste a tempo, so it can be bad in some lines, but that's what I like. But in this line, you get Bishop f5, and so... b6, I don't like. Why don't I like b6? If you can get away with c5, then it's great, but... Why don't I like b6? Let me think. I don't like b6 because you've developed your bishop this way, so opening the fianchetto diagonal is anti-principled, especially since now the light squares around your queenside are weakened, and since you're not castled, that feels like it's asking for tactical problems. Additionally, knight and bishop both open up on c7. Also feels like it's asking for tactical problems. But okay, I don't know this line super well, so... Knight f3. This is hopelessly pessimistic. This is much more rational. Or even some bishop move. Okay. Yeah, he's playing the standard idea, but it's not... The standard idea doesn't work anymore because you're going for an accelerated c5. Which shouldn't work, but... Oof. Why? Why? I want a knight a5. Play c5, then worry about that. Play c5 first. Don't play b6 and then put the knight in front of the c-pawn. I swear. Come on, man. You're better than this. c5. Again, already b6 is bad. But the reason b6 is bad is because you immediately weaken all the squares around your queen side, right? However, he didn't punish you. So now, you like gently kiss your shrine to Kaisa and then play c5. He didn't punish you. Huzzah. This is like best case scenario. Exchange, Queen's Gambit declined. Okay. Next d5. Looks like he didn't want to win either. so many weaknesses on your queen side. Oh, switching Zug. Okay, he has a pawn. However, your pieces are way better. And your king's safer. So you comp. Up. Okay. Yeah. Bishop pair and the ugliness that is these pawns. Absolutely have comp. We spoiled the ending. What ending? Didn't see nothing. 95. F6. Bishop c4. King h7. Knight s7. Is that knight trapped? Looks trapped. F6 is very rational. I don't mind it. Including bishop e4 first is probably better. I don't know, maybe it's equally bad, but... That knight looks trapped. No, it's saying just play rook AD, and he doesn't have anything. This knight, you can deal with it later. It's saying you play b5 somehow. Ah, I see, I see. You like spend some time, you're patient, and then you play like bishop c5. This knight's not going anywhere because it has nowhere to go. If he tries to experiment with g3, obviously, you know, you have problems like that eventually. You take and then play bishop e4. And if he doesn't, he goes some bishop move. So he goes here. Still bishop e4 and he hangs g2. He can't really move any of his pieces in a productive way. And if he tries for f3 to free up his bishop, then you have bishop c5 and you take this. Super hard to see. And this loses to bishop t4 and it's just brutal. Now you're brutalizing the king. Right, so the computer is more interested in taking advantage of the weakened king earlier on. The computer is trying to punish the weakened king first. Because it's like, that's the thing that's most important. We can deal with the knight later. It's not doing anything. Which is a very computer way of thinking about it. Because as a human, I'm like, this is an amazing knight. But it really isn't. It's incredibly strong. Again, the computer's interested in capitalizing on this before capitalizing on this. Okay. f6, bishop c4, and f7, bishop takes f4, and this knight's just trapped. It's just trapped. Bishop d7, sure. g3. Does the inclusion of bishop g3 make the position better or worse? Looks like better. If I could go back, sure. It actually is worse. Wow. Another deep engine idea. How beautiful is this? This is another engine idea. So here's the point. The point is, you could take a pawn. However, if you just take the rook immediately when he takes, these pawns are going to hang anyways. In the meantime, though, you get rook a, e8, and you prevent his rook from getting to the 7th rank. So, instead of taking immediately, again, patience, and you just don't let his rook get to the 7th rank. Prevent all counterplay. These pawns are terrible anyway. What's one pawn? What's the difference between, like, is this better than having a pawn here and a pawn here with no third pawn? What's better? Having the connected ones or having these three ugly ones? It's not clear. So this prevents all counterplay and the knight's still just trapped. The knight has nowhere to go. Three ugly better? It's not clear though. The point is, it's not clear. And it's not better enough to justify letting his rook onto the 7th rank, which is the more important part. See, this is funny. This is like the bell curve thing, where it's like 1200s, or like 1600s, take the rook. 2100s, take the pawn. 2500s, take the rook. You know? Where it's like, once you get good enough to start seeing desperados, the move is worse than if you didn't see the desperado at all. You know? A 1600 would agree with Magnus Carlsen in this position, but I would disagree with both, you know? Which is hilarious. So bishop takes... I mean, you're still winning. But now he has a lot of piece activity, right? So you're up enough material to win, but there's piece activity. Actually, the pawn isn't worth it. Exactly. Well, actually... Okay. C6? Sure. Problem with C6 is he lets knight out. Is there any way to avoid that? Give me a second. Because I really would rather not. I mean, actually, rook c8, bishop a6, right? Sling some, thanks so much for the follow. However, you can go rook e8, and then after they take, you go rook c8 now, and force a rook trade. You give up a pawn to force a rook trade, which benefits you since the rook on the 7th is incredibly strong. It's worth giving up a pawn to get rid of it. Right? If they go rook d7 trying to be clever, then you use bishop g4. Doesn't work anyway. And then, in my opinion, in that case, playing too fast. Spend a little time. Because, see, that's another counterintuitive thing. It's like, okay, well, if I spend more time now, then I won't have time later to win. But the thing is, if you spend more time now, then, you won't need the time later to win. You'll just win. You know? Can I play? Normally, yes, Linksom, but however, I'm just analyzing 1 or 2 more games from people already in the queue, and then I'm going to bed, because it's 11 p.m. my time, and I have 3 classes tomorrow. So normally, yes. However, specifically now, no. Sorry. C7, bishop f3. Just more important than classes. Why do you think I'm here? C2, C6. Yeah. And so C6 lets him get his knight out. Monday 4 p.m. 4 classes, 4 hours, 4 a.m. What exactly does that mean? I'm not exactly sure. I'm trying to figure it out myself. Are you asking Jeffrey about his schedule, or are you asking me about the chess? Knight d6. Sure. b5. Okay, bishop d3. This is a perma weakness now. I'm not in love. Not in love. You have to be a moderator. To be a moderator, you have to... I don't know. I haven't had a new moderator in forever because I haven't needed one. My community's been pretty chill, which I'm pretty happy about. You're $2,140. I wish. Oh. Yeah, I'm 2140. That's my rating. On my chess.com rapid rating. Hello, Miles. Okay, king h8. Knight f5. Ooh, I hate this move. Ooh, I hate this move. This is why you lost the game. Goodness gracious. I hate this move a lot. Oh, this move I despise. I hate it. Rook e8. Rook e8. Some bishop move. Like bishop here. If he takes with knight. I'm not sure. It's not clear. It's not clear. Again, I'm not sure what the point of pushing these pawns is. Like, what does b5 accomplish? I don't understand. Banality of evil? Yes, I do. It's tragic. Such an interesting concept. I don't understand what b5 does. Just in general. Yeah, then I know about the banality of evil because I saw a really good video essay about Andor that mentioned the banality of evil. I was hoping to force him to choose one diagonal so he can't control both. Your pieces are terrible. Is that really what you want to spend your time doing right now? I feel like it's maybe not a waste of a tempo, but a poorly spent tempo. Do you think Satan makes us do evil? No. No, I need trades. You need activity. You need pieces to do something. Your bishop's good, but your rooks are both very, very poor. And his rook is amazing. I mean, the Galaxy Brain move here is f5. Which is excellent because it prevents this check and also prevents knight to f5, which are his main two things he wants to do. So f5 just shuts down everything. Such a good move. But that's a hard move to see. After what changed, Tin? Then what does Satan do in Christianity? I thought he distracted people. Some people think he does. In my mind, well, it's... You know what? Well, he does distract people, but that's different than making us do evil. I think that implies that we don't have choice in the matter. Or that we wouldn't do evil without his day-to-day influence. Oh, I have no idea. I haven't checked. f5's a beautiful move, but I wouldn't see f5 for sure. Nah, no way. Point is we trapped the knight here, which is crazy. Jesus is even now. Well, yeah. What's your point? 6, knight d6, b5, bishop d3, king h8. Why is king g8 better? Oh, because you have rook f7. Okay, so king h8 is also terrible. Because you stopped him from getting on this diagonal, but then you didn't make use of that fact. Right? Why did you keep him off the diagonal if you don't want to use that diagonal? Because now you have rook f7 if he's trying to play knight f5, which is probably his plan. That being said, he probably plays bishop g6 here. But now he plays bishop g4 and doesn't have knight f5 anyway. After the game, I saw king g8. You play this move in 5 seconds. You said that Satan doesn't make us do evil, does distract people from Jesus? Yeah. No, distraction isn't evil. Just like anger isn't evil. Depends how you define distraction. It's a weird word. But I would say distraction isn't evil in the same way anger isn't evil. It's like what happens afterwards. That's kind of silly. He's trying to checkmate you. Caught slipping, you get checkmated. That's funny. That's what Saint do in your view. Temps. And that's what he did in the fall, right? Temps with lies. Knight d6. Rook gf8. Knight f5. A little bit of a repetition. Yeah. Take advantage of human free will. I mean, yeah. That's a way of putting it. Pretty much. I'd say it's a bit more complicated than that, but that's a pretty good summary. Now he gets a ton of pawns. He gets a ton of pawns. Yeah. Bishop 4, King B3. And then we have Satanism. That's just... yeah, what you gonna do? Rook H6. King takes B4. Rook takes B2. King C5. A lot of pawns. So now it's just drawn. You trade off a pair of rooks. Yeah, this is a draw. He agreed to a draw here? He didn't try to win this? I would have tried. I mean, I don't think I will, but... he sent the draw? No, just no problem with that. It's his choice, right? This is a theoretically drawn position, yeah? I just, you know, I would have tested you a little bit. You know, I would have just poked. See what happens. Right? Well, yeah, but hard doesn't mean impossible. I've seen better players blunder worse things, you know what I mean? Whatever. You absolutely could have beat this guy. You want to know what my opinion on the matter is? Five. Oh, 7. That's 5 minutes and 7 seconds that you didn't spend thinking. That's 5 minutes and 7 seconds that went to waste. Just nothing. It's gone. That's the thing. I mean, you had such a big advantage. And yet you spent less than half the time trying to win it. Any time that's left over at the end of the game just gets disintegrated. Goes right back to the goblins at chess.com. The time goblins. The interns who keep track of all of it, right? So spend all of it. You know, it's not like money. You're not trying to save time for a later game. I wish. This is the blitz game? Okay. I mean, this was a blitz game. This could have been 5-0. Wouldn't have changed your game. Okay, well, we just... yeah, that's another thing I don't use enough. I have the ability to, like, draw on my screen. I made that a part of my, like, desktop. It's super cool. Okay. Wee. Is this 3-0? Looks like 3-0. Okay. So far, so standard. Sure. Sure. The computer wants, like, Queen C2. Maybe Queen D2. connect your rooks and get rid of the pin, right? Do you have all colors in and just red? I can choose the color, but I can't switch between colors. I could probably make it so I could switch between colors, but I just haven't messed with it in a while. Just when I set it up, I chose red because I felt like it was the easiest to see. Regardless of what I'm doing, yeah? Rainbow color? I have no idea. I'd have to look at it again. It's been a while. I was poking around in settings, saw it, and I was like, hey, this could be useful for stream, and so I enabled it. It has been useful a few times. I just keep forgetting to use it. It's so useful when I'm trying to point at something. Because, yeah, arrows we have, but arrows are only squares. And, like, I can't do an arrow from... It doesn't hit the same. I can't like, give... And I can't write with arrows. I can't say, like, hi. You know? If you can't say hi, then is it really a way of demonstrating information? Anyway. If computer wants some queen move. Queen b3 it's saying is more accurate. The point is, connect your rooks and get rid of the pin. a3 can't be bad, though. Okay. E5. Yeah, and see, this is what happens. You played just a smidgen too slowly, and so because of that, Black got their E5 push in the modern, and now they're fine. They're completely fine. Queen Ace D1, Rook X. Why C? To keep a rook defending east E2? I feel like you'd rather have a rook on a C file in this position than a rook on the D file, because you're more likely going to be pushing here than you are here. Yeah? There's more likely for one of these files to open than it is for one of these files. I don't know. Subtle difference, but it's still small stuff. E4, knight D4, bishop takes, knight takes, pawn takes. You'd think. Well, I would be eating my words, but you could have played rook takes. And look at that. Full control over the only open file in the position and mad pressure against some weak pawns. Now we're talking. There's one open file and you have full control over it. Let's go. His bishop's significantly worse than yours. His knight's worse than yours. You got pressure on weaknesses. Good stuff. Anyway. Now, this is not a bad move. This justifies your previous moves. Right? So, okay. Again, you're still chilling. Knight C3, sure. Okay, D, sure. Bishop E5. Okay. Okay, but what if knight D7? I guess you take on E4. And trades down. It's probably pretty drawn. Which, I mean, I suppose that's fine. Because here, knight D7, rook takes E4, knight takes E5, rook takes E5. Rook takes E5, dx E5, rook takes... Oh, you're up a pawn here. Hold on a second. Okay, so you're up a pawn with knight D7. The inclusion of F5 does what? Still up a pawn. Look at that. Look at that computer move. Playing F5 with tempo on the rook, so you could play F4 so that the pawn doesn't become a protected passer, it becomes an isolated passer, which in the endgame can't be defended because the king gets in too fast. That's some computer garbage. Ridiculous. Genius, but you. I like it. Okay. Either way. Up a pawn in the endgame. However, it's bishop versus knight, and they're pawns on both sides of the board. White's for choice, though. Now, let's see how you play this. Apparently, this is already bad. Why is it already bad? Let's think. Look at the time too. Oh, you're chilling. I don't get it. It's saying F4? Hold on a second. So here, F4, right? So here, the difference is... Uh-huh. And the point is... Uh-huh. And the point is the king is slightly further from the action because he doesn't want to get here anymore. Now he wants to get here. Okay, sure. King F8, King E2, Bishop D4, F4, G5, King F3. You're isolating your E-pawn. That's going to be really hard to defend. It's isolated and it's stuck on a dark square. I don't love that. If it were just isolated, then it'd be fine, but it's stuck on a dark square. I'd rather play G3. Which evidently G3 isn't perfect too, because you should be playing King E3 first. Yeah, because the bishop has like nowhere to go. Sheesh. And F5. Now this I like. Now we're talking. Yeah, I don't like isolating the pawn on the on this square. It's going to get captured. You can't hold that pawn. You just can't. And your knight's forced into passivity. Again, G3 is probably what I would play, but this is definitely best. I mean, look at that. I mean, the computer's saying takes is better with some fancy idea that I don't understand. I don't care. The point is, this is at least very, very good. Because then you can go like here, here, and your pawns are on light squares, and you're getting a passer relatively quickly. Your king's more active, your knight can get more active. Oh. Okay. It's all winning, but this is still winning. And he's taking the pawn. See, this is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. Even this is better. You gotta at least try to hold on to this pawn. It's your only way you're going to win this game. Outside of flagging. But I'm going to assume flagging doesn't exist. And honestly, if he takes that pawn in the center, then I kind of prefer the black pieces. Because bishop. It does, except I'm dumb. Fair point. Again, but like I've said a million times, when you play bad moves, you don't lose, you make the position harder to play. You shouldn't have had this isolated to begin with. This was, in my opinion, the first mistake. And everything else was just a follow-up. Again, G3 or King D3. There's no reason to let him make this as weak as it is. No reason whatsoever. There's actually much reason not to. Okay. So, you lose your pawn. It's a completely drawn endgame. Wiggling back and forth. Completely drawn king and pawn endgame. And you play king h3. Why did you play king h3? Why? Why? Didn't want to draw? So you chose to lose? What kind of logic is that? I don't want to draw. But I mean, you're not going to get a draw. To be fair, it isn't going to be a draw. However, I think the result is going to be slightly worse. Aw. Aw. You better thank your lucky stars that the 2464 didn't know basic king and pawn endgames. Exactly. You better thank your lucky stars that the 2464 didn't know basic King and Pawn endgames. Goodness gracious. What am I even supposed to say? And you lost it still. Who queens first? This is going to be miserable to draw. Miserable. I mean, you're right. You probably will flag, but these are super hard to draw. Better for white due to time? True, true. With 11 seconds, you're right. I would trust white more than black in that position. But what the heck is this? What the heck is this? I hate this move. All of my heart, I hate this move. And then you played passive again. I consider c5. c5's not even necessary. Like, c5, its computer calls it best, but you don't need to play c5. King f4 is fine. h5 is fine. c5 is fine. Heck, even king g3 is better. It's still losing, but it's at least harder. Right? Again, you have three very clear ways of holding this position. This one's a little hard to see. I'll give you that. But this, easy. Didn't want to hold. So you wanted to lose. Again, 15 seconds on the clock. This is pre-movable. Bang, 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 bang. And then he sees where your king goes. And depending on where your king goes, he can change his pre-moves. This is pre-movable to like checkmate pretty much. Like, let's think, let's think. I go here, 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 here. I'm going to assume you're going to go around to take my pawn. Because I'm going to be able to see what you're going to do. Right? So, if you go this way to take my pawn, then I take, push, and then I pre-move recaptures. If you don't recapture, then I push again. Push, 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 queen. Take your queen, or take your pawn. With check, you know, check, take pawn, sack my queen. Then here, push, 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 queen, and then I can pre-move queen versus king checkmate. Right? Did you win or lose in the end? Well, in the end, it doesn't even matter. But I lost like 9 elo. It was so sad. And this is the same problem. See, now at least he has to play a complex. See, now you just get mated. Oof. Oof da. I did not lose 90 elo. Ignore the subtitles. I lost 9. 1 less than 10. 1 more than 8. How you doing, Sumner? I liked it better when you lost 90. Oh, of course you did, because it's not your elo. Well, Toaster spent his turn on seeing the Blitz game from Jeff. Avoiding playing chess so I don't lose elo. Based. I should be doing the same, but I don't want to. I'm back in college. Wait a moment. What do you mean, wait a moment? I'm back in college, surviving my classes. I thought you were doing it for Jeff? No, you said earlier that you wanted to spend your turn on it. Give me a second. There's a little funny face next to it and everything. Where is the funny face? Give me a second. Yeah, it was like that one, but it was happy. Here we go, messages. You got a lot of messages. Yeah. Yeah, just about an hour ago. When my game comes along, look at Jeff's game. I want to see. Okay, so I'm not insane. It's 11:20 and I have school tomorrow. Toaster. That was hard. But yes. So, with that in mind, I dropped something. It's fine. I caught it. Because I'm just that cool. With that in mind, we're chilling. Ooh. No! Did I get it across? I think I did an okay job. Okay, who are we raiding? We can raid 4-player chess. That's a pretty cool guy. He's pretty good at chess. 4-player chess, that is, because he is playing 4-player chess. Yes, clearly. Low-key, I would totally voice act in a game or movie. I'm not sure I would do a great job, but I would totally do it. Raid yourself. Genius. Infinite viewer glitch. Because raiding adds the viewers to the viewers they already have. So if I have 51 viewers, then if I raid myself, I'll have 102. This is now, we are breaking the Twitch meta. I bet that's how all the big streamers got big, is they kept raiding themselves. Truly shows how society stomps on the little guy. Me. Give me 1 second. This is very important. Give me a second. This is very important. There we go. Excellent. Chess.com bots. Not bots, they are embedded viewers on chess.com. Now, with that out of the way, who are you rating? I could rate Thinker Teacher, but I've rated him a billion times. I think I'll rate 4-player chess. Never mind, we'll rate Thinker Teacher. I just like rating Thinker Teacher. Yeah, he still got an hour, 2 hours of stream. How dare you nerd emoji me. Bro, once I was talking with a guy, and he flashed the nerd emoji. He sent it and then deleted it instantly afterwards, so it just popped up for a split second. And I've never felt so disrespected in my life. Yeah, they're not bots. He was just, you know, being himself. Never felt so disrespected in my life. I was being the intelligent, well-informed chaos bringer that I always am. Yet somehow you fall apart when I call you Lib. I don't understand. You can't be a chaos bringer and then melt under a simple nickname. Those in glass houses. Those in glass houses shall not throw stones. Now, We're rating thinker, teacher. Have a great night. Sorry, I have to leave as soon as you got here, Sumner. It's 11:30, and I have 3 classes tomorrow. And I'm gonna die. But it's fine. All 3 classes are pretty good, I think. Have an excellent night. You too.